I was away in Canada for the convention. Then from there, I went to the UK for a Awoni celebration in London and other events in the UK. I came back 2 days after I left for Algiers, Nigeria, to attend the IATA. These are the Intra-Africa Trade Fair that Nigeria will be hosting the next 2 years. So I came back a couple of days ago, and I've already had a little rest. But since I have a this program, and I saw the governor will be there, I then said, not be here. I want to welcome everyone. I want to welcome all of you here present. And I also pray that those who are on the way will get here in peace and in happiness. Because for the number of clubs in this zone, I think I had 18 or so. I was expecting a full house of the weather to be quite kind weather for a lot of people to move around the Lagos. I hope that all of us will join us. And I want to thank those who are here for giving their time and the other three teams. I want to encourage you as Rotarians. Please, tough times never last. Tough people do. Times are hard, times are tough. But these times won't be forever. I'm praying that the good days will come over to Nigeria very shortly, so we all can enjoy the affluence of our great nation. When I was in Algiers, was it for 8 days for the IATA 25? That's a country about 3 times the size of Nigeria, the type of size of geography. The number of people, they're just over 30 million people. Between 30 and 40 million people are in Algiers. We travel there to visit projects and factories. I travel about 3-4 hours from Algiers into other areas of Algeria. Every road there was tarred. There was no bomb anywhere in those 4 hours that we drove on the road. In the night, all the streets were lit and very, very clean. At the point I was asking that why are people here so clean? Although they behave, they don't think they're African, but they're African. They're not African. They are mostly, they speak French and they're Arabic. But they see themselves more as Arabic people other than Africans. But that's also Africa. I was asking myself that our leaders go out, they see countries like this, and they come back to Nigeria, they cannot replicate that neighborhood you see in their own country. My prayer is that God will give us leaders that will change this nation to greater heights and give us peace in our land. My dear sisters and brothers and fellow Rotarians, as times are hard like this, here is time you are living as Rotarians. A lot of people are out there who are not as lucky as you are. There can be no better time for you as a Rotarian than this time. a time of hardship, a time of need, a time of poverty, a time where those who have before don't have any longer. That is where you are here as a parent, to try and support the very, very poor people in that neighborhood. So I'm so happy that many of you are still committed to service. When we met here in 1980, I think it was November 1980, that was our first meeting, the summer. 1981, I think around May or so, we got our charter. And two of us in this club there are from the summer. My mother was from the ruling house in the summer. My father ruling house in Lubogo at the time. But being in solo, I said I will be part of it. It was my humble self and my late brother, Chief Shola Babiaka, who was the biggest Nicholas Commissioner in Jacob Bay. Two of us were members of this church at the beginning. We were two on the chapter list of this club. And we started. I ought to have left this club long ago because of challenges of membership at a point. It got to a point, we used to be 2 or 3 people sitting under a tree somewhere around there. Only 2 of us in the club. But of course, after some time, we'll pass through that. And the club is now very, very strong. The club became second in best in the district, third in the district, but yet to be first in the district. So we got the courage to stay in the club. Many clubs have asked me to come and join them when we moved to Lekki about 12 years ago. I said, no, for my mother's sake, I can't live in Solomon. And for the sake of my club members, I want to be part of them. Because I want to encourage you on the closing note that the clubs you are, be the biggest you can be for your club. Please continue to serve. It is joy. It is great to serve. It is not because you have children, that's why you are serving. It is because God has given you that spirit to serve other people. I can recollect how many times I've transferred money this week to very, very poor people that I don't even know. That's what we are doing in Rotary. We say yes. But the money, even major donors, the money you give, you don't know who and who that money will come. For people in Liberia, people in Somalia, can be anywhere. People will never meet, people will never see. So keep serving my fellow Rotarian. This is the best time to serve because the world needs us now. The world needs peace. The world needs a clean environment. The world needs a place where there's somebody to pray. The world needs good education for our people. And that's what we're doing as a period. I want to thank Mr. Gardner. Since you took over, you have started a lot of good things like this. And the Almighty God sustain it. The God of hope, you have started well, you finish well. In the mighty name of Jesus. So, my fellow Rotarians, I have a vision. I can say, governors here. Because you are here today with governors. Say amen. Say amen. Say amen. This spirit is moving. I've moved in my year 2 as governor this week. The spirit was moving. I will build their house in 8 months. Because this spirit kept moving and moving. And I kept saying, it will happen. It will happen. It will happen. Please, I want to beg you. I can see governors among you. And your time will come. And you'll be there in good health. Please, don't give up. This is the time to serve Rotary. Do nothing to upset Rotary. Do nothing to discover Rotary, but Rotary will never discover you. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
So can you pronounce the next kind of appreciate our PG to have motivational, inspirational, challenges based. Thank you very much. Let's keep clapping on the United States. Let's keep clapping. 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 Thank you very much. I appreciate that, sir. If you must know, like you said, most of our clubs are what we call the summer or we call the Kenya. And the first realization that this is possible and it is possible. So when you say the spirit is not okay, some of us don't again say that already. We don't even want this spirit. Now, if looking at the concept area, we call it history. It's a major goal. The spirit of the movement that made that movement to come to future today. When you say you be a governor, it might not be talking about local governor, it might be talking about any governor, or a city governor, or second say immediately. And the spirit is coming on, yeah, I can't the spirit, sir, but the spirit coming. The spirit, you remember? But like I said it, because the spirit is coming. So thank you once again, sir, for that. I'm sure to summarize what he said, he wants to give to Rotary and serve now way and not to disgrace or disappoint organization. Once again, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. By PDJ, Company Job will give us a small topic, one of the most important topics in Rotary, how to access government. I'm sure most of us are considering about grant every year. But ask yourself, as the club had the opportunity to actually benefit from them. If your club has benefited from global grant since inception, we can answer sure. If you made a club every 2 years, I want to go in summer. How many clubs again in summer has benefited or have benefited? Which other club, sir? Is there not benefited from global grant? And you have an APS in your club. Which other club has benefited from? My club has benefited. Sir? Equally, sir, equally. All the way around this now. We can put down together for that gentleman, please. Thank you very much. When you pack your project, is he outside here or the next level? Thank you very much for me. Thank you very much for the program. It's going to facilitate our sponsors. I'm sure the time comes in, we will join the cinema again. We can ready to put down together and work up upstage, PDJ, or Super, Dollar, on the project job to give us a statement. Thank you very much. Have we set the media? I will have your file with you. We got your file. Anything, and if you are looking for any question, I have his number. I can give you the number so that you can go and meet him in his office and get more information from him. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Ever handsome Valentine Shomoy, immediate past district executive secretary. My district governor, the prince himself, my past district governor, my Ashiwaju, my Olade Koro, who has given us 20 minutes of inspirational and motivational talk just for the asking. Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished district leaders here, fellow Rotarians, or maybe there are Rotarators here, I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic I'm supposed to handle today is under the Rotary Foundation. And the topic, as we have seen on board, simply is steps to accelerate, to accessing global grant. I'm sure you're all aware, you know what is global grants. So, steps to access it. And I want all of us to please listen. Talking on global grants, we're not finishing in 2, 3, 4 hours. But what we are looking at basically are steps to accessing it. Yes, next. Well, I call this one learning objectives, those things that are very important we want to look at briefly. Define the vision of the global grant, and second one is to understand how to apply for global grant and the steps to assessing it. Next. Global grants general, I call this general. Sorry, Chairman, how many minutes? Because I didn't see your program. How many minutes am I supposed to talk for? 20, 30, 50, 1 hour? 25 minutes, sir. 25 minutes, okay. And it starts right now. Oh, yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, the first point here is global grants are funded from district designated funds. That's another lecture. So, is it designated funds? DDF. How do you know about DDF? Simply speaking, the money paid by the district governor 3 years ago. When it comes to this year, we now apply what we call the share system. Half of that money will be considered DDF, and half of it will be considered, will go to what we call the World Fund. It's not exactly 50% you are looking at, it's about 7.5 because Rotary allows you to take 5% for administrative expenses. So when you take 5 from 100, you have 95 left. So 95 divided by 2, which I think is 47,500, yeah, 47.5%, goes for DDF for the district to be spent. The remaining one goes to the World Fund. You need to get that one. Now, it's very important that the minimum budget for a global grant is what? I want you to be, yes, so we should concentrate on it. It's $30,000. That's the minimum. The second point there was, this is very, very important. The global grant support mission of the Rotary Foundation. And what is the mission? To enable members to advance world understanding, goodwill, peace, and improving health, supporting quality education, protecting the environment, and elimination poverty. If you carefully look at what we call the mission of Rotary Foundation, and you look at what we call the 7 areas of focus, you will know it's just a summation of everything. All those things are embedded in what we call the mission of the Rotary Foundation. Next. The third point here is that global grants, what do they support? So, global grants support sustainable projects that have measurable outcomes that are aligned with Rotary's area of focus. The outcome of the what? Very, very impactful. If not, it's not a global grant. The next one there is to look at, by working together to respond to real community needs, clubs and districts strengthen their global partnership. When P. Ashwani was talking to us, said the money you contribute, either as AKS or major donor or so, you don't even know who's going to benefit from it. So when you are talking of global grants, some people there over there, they are spending their money to you. Make sure that there is alleviation of poverty, disease and sickness are far away from us, to make sure that other things like the environment continues to be worthy of what's supposed to be, and so on and so forth. But take note that the area of focus must be included. Number 5, there are global grants create opportunities beyond what a club can ordinarily do. You must know this. A lot of good clubs in our districts do a lot of big projects, especially when you are talking about money holding and so on and so forth. And some years ago, they realized this important, that it is not your own money that really needs. You only need to really exercise this system. Spend small money, get the Rotary Foundation to add plenty money to it, and you will have made a very big project. So this is very, very important. Now, please take note when we come to global grants qualification. There are qualifications. Either global grant or district grants, there are qualifications that things you want to qualify you. Today, we are not looking at district grant, we are looking at global grants alone. But from July, 1st of July this year, it's very, very imperative that clubs or districts rather must conduct a community needs assessment before applying for global grants. Before, it was not compulsory. It has become compulsory this 1st of July. You must do your community needs assessment and actually go to the part of what you are going to submit as your global grant when you are writing it. That's number one. Number two, to be able to assess both district and global grants each year, districts and clubs must complete the qualification process stated below. Yes, for district grants, this may be more than this, but just these things are very, very important. You need to complete a grant management seminar course. The Learning Center has a lot of courses. Before you, as a club or as an individual, can go into global grant, you must go to the Learning Center and complete grant management seminar course. It's very, very important. And that's the idea we saw at our last Rotary Foundation meeting, that all chairs of Rotary Foundation and respective clubs must go to the Learning Center to go and learn this course of grant management for the club, as it applies to the club. They must go and learn it to know what exactly they are supposed to be doing. This program will tell you that Rotary doesn't play with that. At the beginning of this Rotary year, when I have not completed about the course I was supposed to complete, my governor was very afraid. What will happen on top? I said, nothing will happen. You have to complete it. So I have to spend extra hours to make sure I complete those courses before our district will be qualified. As the chair of Rotary Foundation, if I don't complete those courses, our district 911 will not be qualified. If this governor has courses that he has completed, and those are the courses we need to complete to make sure that our district 911 is actually qualified to do districts and global grants. So apply for the grant by filling the form. That is very important. You know that this form is filled online. It's not like your district grant that you fill the form and submit to the district office. This one is online, and the third one there is payment of district and RIQs. Before you do global grant, you need to approach the district governor. The district must know. It's not something you can just do on your own, because authorization belongs to him and the chairman of the foundation. So if you are saying you are doing that, this does not, you are wasting your time. So then the governor will not be happy to say that Rotary Club, sorry to use this club, Maryland, Kenya, wants to do global grant, and they are not being that use. Will the governor be happy about that? So that is why it is important, it's part of the condition to really, if you are doing global grants, your club must be in good standard. Now look at these steps now. We're going to just follow over these steps. They are very, very important. Steps to assessing global grants. Number one is that you must plan on your own and design a project that will make an impact in the community and also pass the sustainability test. Those two things are very important. Sustainability. How will it be 3 years after the foundation has spent all this money? Maximum of which can be, minimum of which can be what? $30,000. You know what $30,000 is in now Naira here? So many millions. How will it be that 2 years after they have invested such money that the project is monitored. So, and that is the issue of sustainability that is very, very crucial. Number two, the project must be that which the committee needs. That is very important. We have put that as needs assessment. It's very crucial. Don't just go to anywhere and say you are doing global grant. It's not really possible again. You must have done your committee needs assessment, where the committee will agree unanimously that this is what they want. The way they want to impact on their life in the community is not probably water, but maybe they are thinking of a very beautifying a good roundabout or doing some other things that are more acceptable to them, that are more necessary to them. So the needs assessment is very important. Number three, write a proposal of the project. As I said before, this should be done online. Number four, you need to prepare a budget for the project and financial management plan. This is very important. When you prepare a budget, then the financial management plan, how you want to achieve this. Yes, the money is in your account. How you want to spend the money must be dutifully and carefully used. Otherwise, that project will not be approved by the organization. So, number five, which I'm sure many of you know about, we are planning for the West African project here now. This is one of the things we do here. To get plans. When the DG is going or anybody from your club, you will make your projects to go along with him. And have this project, very important project. It may be on wash, it may be on disaster, or any area. If the governor sits there, he will take people that can partner, other districts that can partner with you to do that global plan. So that number five is very important, looking for partners internationally and locally. Earlier this week, we had a meeting with the chairman of our district international service committee, Shomo Omoni. The essence of having that meeting with him is to bring him in, especially for clubs. For this year, the district governor, the district wants to do as many global grants as possible. They will tell you that where some countries in this Africa are boasting of 160 global grants. Maybe what will happen now, maybe about 9 or so that I can say or something now. Consider that one. With each of the club getting minimum of $30,000, you can see what we are missing. So this year, the district governor is planning to have a lot of lectures, training, so that people can be motivated to actually do more global grants. So we needed the support too, the endorsement of the chair, the district chair for internal service, for this to happen, because they have to play many roles. So that aspect is very important, looking for international partners and local partners too. Number 6, notify the district about the project. When I'm talking about that, Yorùbá ni wọn ọ̀dẹ́ èèyàn lórí fà. Can any woman translate that for me? Wọn ọ̀dẹ́ èèyàn lórí fà. That simply means you cannot shield somebody's head in this absence. So there's no way you want to do this with a global ground that the teacher don't know about it. In fact, so please take note of that. You need to notify the district. And if you're able to tell you that maybe another club is already working on this aspect, why don't you go on this aspect? All these are very, very important. Number 7, assessment result must be included in your global. The needs assessment is so crucial. It's part of the application. Now it must be included. Number 8, benefiting community must be involved in the project. This is very, very crucial. The club or the community that is supposed to benefit from it must be included. We have a lot of people, we have a political members, so people in that particular community must be included in your project. It still goes to my earlier day that you cannot change somebody's service. So you will represent the community, will be there. on its own merit. And there are roles and responsibilities for each of these people to be there. And I do hope that you all know too, that one very unique quality or expectation when it comes to global grants or this like that, members, Rotarians must be involved, or what the people will now call Rotary members. Please know that anywhere where Rotary tells you Rotary members, it means Rotarians and Rotaractors. Both of us are the Rotary members, not family members, not in our will. When Rotary tells you about Rotary members, they are talking about Rotarians and who? Are we sleeping? I said it should be interactive now. Yes, Rotarians and Rotaractors. And this year now, just as we did last year, some Rotaractors have applied for district grants. And we have to consider them because we are all members of Rotary. So I said the benefiting community more involved in the project. Number 9. Well, I said this several times. The cost of the project must not be below $30,000, while the maximum that can be approved for one fund is $400,000. When I did the presentations of 2 years ago at the district, that the minimum is $30,000. People now came start talking to me after that. What about the maximum? So well, the maximum is better. But when it comes to maximum, it's now comes from the World Fund, and that is $400,000 maximum. Please take note of that. Now, number 11 here, the implementation of the district memorandum of understanding (MOU). This is particularly very crucial for district grants. But even to when you are talking of global grants, there are a lot of things that you have to seal up. I brought a copy of a recent global grant submitted, which I could have shown you. So many things are involved. Rotary Foundation does not play with any small thing. Everything must be kept and must be put in place here. So a lot of MOUs are already involved. Because you may be lucky if you can send your paperwork and they approve it. But usually there are a lot of questions. He will come back to you asking for this, asking for more information and this and that, and you have to do this within a particular time, which I think I mentioned somewhere earlier in this paper. It's a maximum of 1 year. After 1 year, when you are not done with all the requirements, they will throw you out, but this person doesn't know what he's doing. Online application process, mentioned that, the whole thing is online. Number 13, grant must be, sorry, there's an omission there. Grant must be made within the 7 areas of focus. Yes, this is very, very important. 7 areas of focus. This is a group of senior people, there, PhDs and ADs and so on and so forth. First area of focus, and I am from this line. What is the first area of focus? Yes? I want to magnify what you call it for me. Benson, you want to try? First area of focus, number 1. Oh. First, number 1. They are listed, there are 7 of them. First area of focus. Yes? Number 1. It starts with peace now. We are here because there's peace in His honor. If there's no peace, can anybody be here? You can't do any project if there's no peace. Peace what? Yes. When we cannot feel the peace and there is a problem, then what? When we cannot prevent it, what do we do? Wow. We choose to be peace building and conflict resolution. If you are afraid to build the peace and the other side of peace came out, how do you manage it? Does anybody want to help us with number 2, area of focus? I know some people are already smiling in your phone. Yes, my opinion, number 2, area of focus. Is it prevention and what? and treatment. Incidentally, this is the one that has been leading in global grant over the years now, taking more than 50% of time. Thank you very much. The next one is the third area of focus. Yes? What is happening now? I've been out of wash before. WSH wash. Water and sanitation. They told us that most of the diseases in this world happen because there is no good water and sanitation. That is third area. Fourth area of sanitation, of focus. Is that number 4? Maternal and child health. God bless you. Maternal and child health. Yes. Thank you very much. You know what that means? The essence of that, there's no woman should go to the hospital when they want to go and deliver and come back without the baby. So that is a very, very important area. Number 5. Basic education and what? Okay, you're right. And number 6. Yes? Number 6, focus. I know you all know number 7, the environment, but the last one that came. Is it development? Community and economic development. Those areas of focus are so critical that we should know them. In fact, you need to master it because your project must fall at least. It's not compulsory that covers 2. There's some people have been wizards that they can do a project that will cover 3 areas of focus. Real function would like you for that, but you don't need to entangle yourself. If you achieve 1 area, it's okay, but if you do 2 areas, you can do 3, it's all right. Imagine going to a school to build a building where toilets are there. You are talking of supplying water to a there. You are talking of this some other things. So maybe equipping their library. So eventually you may realize that you are doing a big project that is actually connecting 3 areas of body focus, areas of focus. Yes, the next one here, number 14. Request must involve Rotary clubs in other districts. Well, we have almost said that because that's what we call international partners. There must be partners from other districts. In our case in Nigeria, we don't agree that 9141 is a special thing. All in Nigeria, they won't take that from you, or 9125. When you go to the Republic there, you can do a global grant with them. You understand me? So that's very, very important. Request must involve Rotary clubs in other districts. Number 15. The grant projects must be formalized and approved within 1 year from the date of filing the application. I think I've said this before. Rotary function doesn't believe it must waste its time. You pass away. So what do you want to do? So they are telling you that if you want to do global grants, you must be prepared, be ready to complete all the processes. In fact, 1 year is a long time too. There's a maximum of 1 year they need to conclude your application. Now, before we come to resources, I have told you some of those things. I'm sure the leads don't still want to talk about it at one time or the other. Where we are in District 9111. Yes, the coordinator of this program, the zonal coordinator, has told us that we are 7 PDGs in this zone. I really don't understand how and why. It's a very good commendable thing. You have benefited a lot administratively. District 9111. We all have a duty there to do so many things. One of them is to make sure that this district that is parading 7 parts district government, I mean this zone, when you do this or there's certain banks within your zone here, 2, 3, 4 clubs, and agree with an international partner and do a global grant. A global grant that can shape the whole of Nigeria, not being your district level. It is doable. So it's very important that we must pay more attention to global grants. This is very, very important. It's like money lying somewhere waiting for people to come and spend. And you need to do some exercise. That exercise is to write a global project. The DG there is ready to approve, to guide you. As district Rotary Foundation chair, I am here to authorize. But are many of us ready? Are many of us ready to do that? If I ask the question now, I understand 18 clubs are in this zone. How many of our clubs have taken part in global grants? I'm not talking about district grants. Global grants. For hand up, if your club has taken part, either on it alone, join other clubs. Can I see your hand up? Global grants? I'm not seeing any hand up yet. My community actually is trying to remind I saw that they have done. I know they have joined some people to do something. You have not done one on your. I know you have joined some people. Trust have actually done one on their own. Yes, I'm talking of many years back. Okay. I'm sure you talk to say I'm very landed, no? Yes. But Ghana is not here, they will not another district now. The expert. Yes, I said mainland has done. Yes, I remember. So that will tell you where we stand, that we are not being solid. The other thing I want to say, I have more time. Thank you. How many minutes do I have more? 5 minutes. That's very good. The other point I want to share with you, apart from this global grants, is what we call donation to the Rotary Foundation. I'm sure the DG will still want to talk about it. Yesterday or before yesterday, we started at Rotary to look at clubs that have contributed to the Rotary Foundation this year. My DG, how many clubs have not done anything? Oh, you said 40, almost 40 clubs, yes. Almost 40 clubs have not paid any cover. Immediately I saw one of the clubs here today, and I challenged them. And they told me they are getting the money together. They have got some money, instead of coming to pay the money, they are getting it together. Please let us learn from things. The way you can do it on monthly basis. Money collected this month now from first, 20%. Take it to the district, fill the next up there. You don't have to do it, Helen will help you do it. And you pay the money to the Road Foundation account. It's a district 9125 account, don't pay to the account. So I'm appealing to all of us. Let us contribute more. What some people contributed 3 years ago during the year of Ayaba is what we are spending this year. And they told us it's a fat amount because her year there was a lot of travel. Then what happened? Because people know that we have so many applications now for district grants. The DG will tell you that we are confused because the money you are all looking for now or asking for is higher than what we have. And we still have to give money to Rotary clubs. So, my distinguished Rotarians, I've shared my thoughts with you on the process of assessing global grants. Let me tell you, this is different when it now comes to the execution, when it now comes to reporting, stewardship, those are different things. But how to access global grant is what we have looked at today. I want to thank you for listening, for contributing, and if there are questions.
Thank you very much. We can pronounce it for Stato.
If there are questions, thank you.
Can you please pronounce it for me, please? If we have the questions, please write them down. We'll be taking all the questions collectively. So once again, our president has taken his seat. So let's keep clapping for him. If there's any question, I think you said you can take the questions right now. Before you please. Any question from any of us? Any question? If you don't have a question, I have a question. I was discussing something with somebody at the basket. And even me, Gibson and charge. I've been able to write that close to 20 days. I can say that I hear about this global grant anytime. And when we say global grant, so there is 2 years, so but we keep on giving polite $1,000, $100, $200, and we go behind the complaining. Now, we this point of like, even it's not being good for us. Now, my PG, I like your request, if it's possible, if we can have a master class on this, on program. So it will be 1 month. They will have to be probably twice or 3 times in a year. Please, President, Vice President, and who now, Pastor Chairs can attend those things. Because I'm told government that this year let's must partake in this program. What we will give it in there. Let us do that way, and give it back to our community. So by PDG, if it's possible, we can have a master class of global grants, step to get governance.
Thank you very much for the time for that question. Yeah, the district governor is busy. But I will tell you that something has come up now. The district governor has set up a committee of people that can assist you individually, assist your club to train you on how to write global grants. He has even appointed a chairman for that committee, and that is past assistant governor. Past assistant governor Femi Akodu is the one in charge. So please to promote it. Yes, the seminar will come. Even the chair of the national service said that we must have a committee, a meeting together. Because the point that many people do not know, many people do not want to learn. The Bible tells us that you ants, go to the slogan, go to the ant, find his ways and be wise. You must be able to find out from those clubs that are doing it, how are they doing it? And we all have access now because of online training. Go to the learning center and do a course. It's there already. You will master it. It's not that you do it only once. Do it several times. You can even print out a certificate for yourself. In the recent times, I have 150 certificates of courses I've done on the learning center. That is the only way to go about it. But apart from that now, if you want to bring it back to you at your house, so that if you get that committee headed by Femi Akodu, you'll be able to learn more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I guess we will answer my prayer on the issue. So I go to my on I have somebody that I want to discuss. Not the area that we have lecture. At this point, we begin of stage, or more person in our district, or rural district of area, but before that, we have to go to the home. You can't just go to okay, I think over is here to bring the presentation from our facilitator. Please, I'll be Please, Joe, please, can you join on the stage so that we can.
Thank you very much, MC. Now that the program is almost halfway, and now say you want to introduce your governor. Don't worry. My Rotarians, they know me, you know me, right? We know our governor, don't mind. Thank you very much. Fellow Rotarians, hello, please, can I have your attention, please? United President. Please, I don't want fellow Rotarians, don't want this program to just be an exercise, just for the sake of. We want to have our summit, we want to have what we have done it. We are all here to gain. And I was expecting many of you to ask questions about this matter. It is very important. I have seen over the last 2 months, I've commissioned projects. At times when I see projects, these are projects that will be left for Interact Lodge, Interact Lodge. Yes. At times when I see projects in the work now, what to do basic education and literacy, total cost 300,000 naira. When you have the opportunity to do 30,000 naira project, $30,000 project. So it is what we should please give an attention. And I want to say this going forward. I have seen many of us, we love to travel. Many of us now, within the next few days, will be in Brussels. Your first target should be how you are going to make friends with all those, other Rotarians from the other districts. You cannot do global grant project without having an international partner. You cannot do a project with District 9141, this district in Blackmouth, or our sister district 9112. You can only do project with a club or district outside your country. So what you should do when you meet them at functions like that, at event seminars, trainings and all that, the first thing that will come to your mind is that I want this person to be my friend. You exchange contacts, then from there you can start to talk about things. And let me tell you, we have quite a lot of them over there. They don't need to see borrow. They don't need to go to one primary school and build health center or primary health center for one community. They also want to participate in global grant project. But most times, they need to build trust in us. So, and the best way to go about it is to have them as friends, exchange email. Oh, nice to meet you at the last convention. Been a very wonderful time. Permit me to share with you some of our projects this year and all that, and that person continue to, like you, create interest. And from there, you can now start saying, oh, we are thinking of a project and we are thinking of having an international partner. Of recent, by yesterday, we signed a global grant. We agreed on a global grant project where it's even the UK, London, they want to run a global grant project of about $300,000. And they begged us in our district to be partner just by the contributions of $10,000, which we agreed to. So what I'm saying in essence is that please, there's West African project we are coming up in November. My club got a partner for West African project fair. And the last project we did just last 3 years, 54 million naira, about $34,000. So we got those people, Koreans, to support us. So please, I just want to plead with you. Let us continue to see how we can participate in global grant project. On that note, permit me to please present this appreciation award to our past district governor who has taken us through this process this morning. So we cannot say thank you enough. I know you have many of these. I hope that you are able to convert this to dollars. Then we'll be talking of you making $250,000 out of it to looking foundation. Because I know that you have many of these. But this is just to appreciate you by the members and Rotarians from Zone 2 saying thank you. We appreciate your commitment as one of our facilitators at the Zonal Summit to advance, share ideas, and strengthen the bonds that make our district so exceptional. and it's been signed by my humble self. I want to say with them.
Okay, can I put that together for him once again? Thank you very much, sir, for the lecture. I will bring it off stage. Next speaker for this training. Can we please, with a round of applause, welcome our next facilitator to come on stage. That is a person of. It's taking us on how emotion influence risk taking in investment strategy. That's Rotarian Omolaja. Oderide, Ayo, Oyeride, sorry, for protocol of Ikoyi. Please can I put down screen for him as he come forward? Please can I put down screen for him? Please come, sir. I'd like to take a brief profile of Rotarian Omolaja. Rotarian Omolaja Oyeride is an experienced and seasonal investment banker with over 2 decades of experience, expertise spanning corporate banking, treasury, financial institution, insurance, and capital market. He has a strong background in structured finance, derivative, and investment management, with a proven record in treasury products, marketing, and liability generation, credit risk, insurance, stock booking, and portfolio of advisory services. He currently serves as the Deputy Segment Head of Financial Institution and International Organization of EcoBank Nigeria, where he manages strategy relationship with local pension fund managers, insurance company, asset managers and trustees, and the capital market operators. And also international NGOs, corporate banking, and international bank international space. Omolaja has attended numerous training locally and internationally in finance, markets, treasury and credit risk, and business leadership, enhancing his ability to cook market intelligence and strategic insight. A distinguished professional, an asset of the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria, the Nigerian Institute of Management Charter, and the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. Beyond his professional career, Omolaja Oyeride is committed to community service and leadership. He is a past treasurer of Rotary Club of Ikoyi and currently serves as the global president of the Secondary School Alumni Association, overseeing both home and overseas chapter. He is married with children. Fellow Rotarians, we can put us together for our facilitator this afternoon, the person of Rotarian Omolaja Oyeride. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My district governor, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to stand before you this afternoon. The past district governors present, the presidents of various clubs, fellow Rotarians, guests and friends, I don't take for granted this opportunity to speak to us this afternoon. The topic I have before me to speak on is what borders on everyday life of every one of us. It might not be directly related to our action people, Rotary, but I want to tell us today that directly or indirectly, we are all involved in one investment or the other. We have invested so much in our life that we have gone through schools. So many of us have several certifications, and also we have invested a lot in the lives of our children. So many of them are in different. It's a form of investment, and it is our prayer and intention that we profit from this investment. You know, when we invest greater, but when we do all these investments, we are hampered by emotion. we are hampered by some risk that affect investments. And that's are the little things I will be pointing out to us this afternoon. And I believe that one way or the other, we're able to see some of these areas. And also, we have so many of us that are here that are my fathers that are supposed to be learning under. And I believe one way or the other, we could be able to pick on one information or the other that could serve the purpose. And if your own is, you are at the point of getting into retirement, is another area that you need to know how to invest into your retirement. Children education today are capital projects. How to that also? And I will also be looking at how our emotion can affect our decision making. So many people have gone down 6 feet by the reason of their emotion. Some people are behind, and today they are no more. So we'll be looking at some decision. We'll be looking at some decision regarding our emotion, how it will make us to make some mistakes in making decisions regarding our investments. Please, this lecture, or say my discussion this afternoon, my expectation or what should be expecting from it will be seen in the next slide. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, so these are the expectation. I will take us through the basics of investment, how we will navigate your investment journey, investment risk. I will be very fast with it, emotion that affect investment and their impact. So many people, emotion like being greediness has made so many people to invest in CBES. How many of us know about CBES? I know CBES. I know one of our retirees in my church. Last Sunday, she was telling me she was about crying. Said she doesn't want to come out. That she actually lost 4 million to CBES. We'll be looking at some of the features that we need to be very careful of when we see all those nature of investment, how to avoid them. Also, we'll be looking at how to manage those emotions, and finally, we'll be concluding with stop worrying about it and start controlling it. Please, next slide. So, next slide, I've said it that we look at basics of investments. So, if I may say, which I know every one of us here know, we know that investment, when you put in investment, what you are trying to achieve is to have profits. You want to invest in a business to earn profits. You want to invest in your marriage to make the marriage profitable. You want to invest in stock to earn dividend. You want to do investment, commit your resources in one thing or the other to be able to have a return, to generate income and the rest. So these are the reasons why we go into investment. But before you go into any investment whatsoever, the first thing is that you must identify your financial goal. What is your current situation? Where are you? You might be a salary earner, or you might be a business person. You must know your situation. Where are you currently regarding your earnings, regarding your income? What is the level of money you are earning? What can you set aside to be able to call investment? That's the first thing. Identify your financial goal. And when you have been able to do that, then you want to set the goal of what you want to achieve. What do you want to achieve? I want to build a house. I want to buy a car. Okay, I want to pay for my children university education abroad. It's a major capital project. Okay, I want to save for my retirement. So many people believe life is to be spent without planning for the future. So all this, your planning of what you want to achieve, it has to do with identifying your financial goal. If you want to do retirement, it's a long-term project. You want to look at what is your age currently. You want to look at the age. I've seen some people decided to retire at the age of 40. Reason is that they have earned a lot of money. They believe that the money they have made in life is sufficient to take them for the next 100 years. And who doesn't want to enjoy? In the last 3 months, we are in Canada. It was full of fun during the national convention. And thereafter, we have other national activities of Rotary. Just like my DG rightly mentioned, in November, we will be in Lome. If you have the opportunity, your retirement might be to be traveling up and down. How do you want to plan towards it? It could be the plan you want to have for the purpose of your investment journey. I would desire that. The next is you have your budget. For you to be able to go into investments, you must have your budget. If I may ask every one of us, yes, I can make it a bit of interactive section. How many of us have a documented budget that we use on a monthly basis? Can I see your hands up? That is documented. Well, we might not have done that, but it's very important. In this era, sorry to say, in this Tinubu era, you don't have a budget. You are spending on imports. It's very dangerous. You must have a budget. And to track the budget is very simple. You look at your income and look at your expenditure. Because if you don't take cognizance of what you spend, it will never be enough. You will just continually be banking yourself have to borrow for the next month because you don't have a budget. I don't know about you. Anytime I receive a lot of my salary, that is something that swells inside me. That always want me to go to Lagos Country Club to go and enjoy myself. I don't know about you. So that is the same thing with so many people. So, but when I think of what is my allocation to having my recreational activities, I will reduce that anxiety. So it's good for us to have a budget. Every one of us here, we know that we have a permanent and standing expense that you must endure. You must pay rent if you don't want to sleep on the road. You must pay for your children education if you don't want to travel to the state out of the school. You must pay for feeding. How many of us here can live without getting something to our stomach for the next 30 days? It's not possible. Even if you are doing fasting and praying, you must break at a time. And the expectation that you will still pay is enough for you to be able to go ahead and do the fasting. So what are we about saying? Another one is that you must be able to establish your income and expenditure. This income and expenditure, you know your income, you know your expenditure. The financial is what is available as resources for you to be able to go into investment. Without you doing that, for the very difficult. However, for the purpose of investment, you don't spend before investment, you invest before spending. When you get to that point, I will speak more about that. Now, quickly, we'll look at what, before you go into investment, you need to understand your risk tolerance. Some people are risk adverse. They can't take any form of risk. Let them just have little return. Wow, some of us today, complaining of governance, complaining of the president, complaining of the senators, is because some of us cannot take the risk. Because we know that politics is a very dirty game. But the higher the risk, the higher the return. So what am I trying to say in other words is that there are some investments that the risk is very low. There are some investments that the risk is at medium level. And there are some investments that are very aggressive and the risk is very high. We'll be looking at that as well. So you want to know which level are you so that you don't go and point your finger. Where do I want to play? The low risk, the medium risk, or the high risk? It is very important as you join into your investment journey. Then the next is to select your investments. As Rotarian, we must learn how to keep money for the future. Not only because of ourselves, because of our service to humanity. There will be need for us to contribute to Rotary Foundation or whatsoever It might be that you have highlight your return, like dividends that you are receiving from shares you have to serve the purpose of humanity. So all these are very important. So you need to be able to select which of the investments you want to go into. You want to go into bond, that is that instruments. You want to do stockbroking, partnership, real estate, fixed deposit, mutual fund. I'll tell you more about mutual fund as the time goes on. Real estate, so many people will say, no, you have real estate expert talking to us. They will always say that with real estate, you can't get it wrong, and they are right. In as much as you don't go and build the building in your village, if you build in your village, you might get it wrong. How do I mean by that? And the time to convert into cash, you might be having trouble because nobody will come to your village to buy the house. So, in real estate, sometimes you can also get it wrong. But we'll be looking at all these investments as we go on. And also, you don't have to become billionaire or millionaire before investment. Start small. We have so many asset management companies because we manage them in my units. We have over 500 of them that are licensed by Security and Exchange Commission SEC that are in legitimate business. You can start as small as 1,000 naira. You can give a direct debit instruction to your bank that on a monthly basis, or even a business person, maybe on a weekly basis, they take your account and move this money for the cost of your investment. It is very important. So, and we start more, and it will grow, and you will achieve your financial goal. And also, you should learn how to balance your portfolio. I will talk about this more in my further presentation. So, now we are moving forward, navigating your investment journey. So, MC, this one, how many minutes do I have for this presentation, please? 25. Thank you so much. So, navigating your investment journey. To start investments, firstly, you need to understand the journey mindset. What is your mindset? You need to understand that investment is not a one-off event. It's a continuous event. It's a lifetime event. Till today, we have people that are age 60, age 65, that are still paying rents. That's a continuous investment in rents. So when you are setting out for the purpose of investment, you need to be very sure that it is a lifetime journey. It is not a one-time journey. Also, in the journey, you need to know your starting points. Where are you now today? If somebody was telling me, one of my mentors was telling me to check the group of my friends, that at the time of need, if I can put call across to my friends, how many of them can say, no problem, I will transfer 1 million to your account. No problem, I will transfer 2 million to your account. So you have to check it. Who are your friends truly as well? That at the time of need, how many friends you can call, like within 30 minutes, 1 hour, that you can receive 5 million into your account. So you have to check your situation. Where are you at the moment? What level of funds do you have in your account? And not only that, look at the caliber of your friends that can support you. You ask yourself today, when you want to start the investment journey, how much do you have in your account? So you must be able to establish that before you go. And you must also have your destination in mind. In the journey, you must have the destination in mind. What am I achieving? I want to achieve my retirement benefits. I don't know if I may ask. I said that those people are into their business owners, they are into trading, they are employers of laborers. How many of us here, we are employees like me? When I see your hands up, employee like me, thank God, I'm talking to people like me. I was thinking, I'm the only that is employee here. So thank you so much for that. So why am I asking that question? I'm asking that question because I want to be sure that we know that one day we are going to leave public employment. Whether we like it or not, some of us actually speak today. We don't know the balance in our RSC. If I may ask somebody now, in pension, what level of fund is your pension money invested? Are you in fund 1, fund 2, fund 3, fund 4, fund 5? Which of the funds is your money going to? Some of us doesn't even know. And we have to hope and believe that our PFAs is keeping our pension retirement benefits, that one day we will attract and get it. To speed this journey, you must take cognizance of all the sources of the investment. Your pension fund is a form of investment. You must take cognizance of it. You must know where you are. How many of us are aware that for pension, we have additional voluntary contributions? How many of us are aware of that? How many of us are doing that additional voluntary contributions? How many? Most of us are not doing it. You see, the money you save today, you want to save you tomorrow. Because we need to keep now when we have essence for the raining day. Because time will always be a time. We might be doing very well now in our career, doing very well on our pay job. But I always tell people, whether you like it or not, that pay job will leave it one day. So many ways you can live. They can even fire. It's not your business. That's why I first excluded those that are business owners. This doesn't affect them. But it affects those of us that are 9 to 5. So it is important to get your mindset. Where are you in this journey? After you have done that, you define your strategy. Your strategy is assessing your income and expense and what you can save. I've spoken about budgeting before. Budgeting, you see, it is somehow tough. Our source of income, if you are a salary earner, it's just one. If you are paid on the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, you receive only one salary. But what about the outflow? Source of outflow. Wife will collect, children will collect, rent will collect, feeding will collect, petrol will collect, service of vehicles will collect. Why can't we sit down and put this thing in right perspective? And sorry to say, I know that we in Rotary, we are not like that. Not like side chick we collect. It can't be possible because we are people of action. So if you fall into that category, that will also be collect. And we have only one source of income. So it is important we put in place a budget. If you don't have the budget today, then the third action will be setting your destination. I've spoken about this. I don't want to overemphasize it. Your destination could be your student school fees, your destination could be your retirement, and so on and so forth. And the next one is choosing the right investment vehicle. Choosing the right investment vehicle. When you want to invest, we have different investment vehicles. As you are today, so many of us are wary because we don't know what to do. I've come to tell you today, on your arm, what you are carrying as a small computer is your mobile phone. You can do everything. You can make money. You can invest. You can have good return on your phone. Let us not use this phone as only a means of communication alone. So many phone managers in different companies now use app. Legitimate. I'm not talking about MMM of greatness. I'm not talking about a wonder man. So that it's too good to be true. That some people fall victim to. I'm talking about legitimate investments. The likes of what we offer in EcoBank government company investment is what is offered by Capital, London Capital. You can have it on your phone. And as small as 1,000 naira, you can go into investment of mutual fund. And it will surprise you that what someone that is investing 1 billion naira is enjoying as interest rate is what you that you are investing 1,000 naira is enjoying as interest rates. Because you are doing what they call a pool of fund. We have, for analysis, we have 10,000 people that have 10,000 naira. 10,000 naira and 10,000 people will give us 100 million naira. 100 million naira, what it will attract as return on investment, of course, will be that what 10,000 naira will attract as return on investment. So today, if you have not signed up with one mutual fund or the other, I will advise you to do it. Before you know it, if it will get debit into your account, how this money will be building up. By the time you get a lot of what you have in your account, you will be amazed, you will be surprised. Today, that period, you're very happy with yourself that you have taken that decision. So we have so many vehicles. We have some that are corporate funds. I was talking about it. Real estate. You know, real estate is very good in the sense that you don't only enjoy rents or real estate, you enjoy what they call capital appreciation. I could remember when I got my land in Ikorodu. That land, I bought it a plot 350 at Green. A plot of land around that locality that is made for about 20 to 30 million. It's an investment. Today, let us all be taking our taking mentality, let's put it towards what can I do over time. Let us not put it in the area of how I can spend the money at what time. And I believe the Lord will help us in this regard. We can invest in a little high risk investment, likes of stock. One thing is that if you don't have liver, don't go and invest in buying of shares. If you don't get liver, please let me put it in the local balance. If you don't get liver, don't go invest in shares. I don't know how many of us here fall into the power of shares in 2008. How many of us here fall into it? Thank you so much, sir. So many people fell into it. I know one of my brothers, the man buys because of shares. Then he lost the value of his shares and over 500 million went down the drain. So I want to plead with you. If you cannot, you don't get liver, and you don't have professional know-how, or you don't have professional advisor like a stockbroker to advise you, that going to, and some of us buy shares, and our shares is the paper that is put at that time. Some of us have paper shares in our houses. That is not shares. Your shares is your account number with CSCS, Central Security Clearing System. You must have an account with them, and your unit of shares must be there. After of us know that the shares you have bought that time, they have been paying dividends. After of us claim our dividend. And they are saying for dividends, it's a very straightforward thing. Just go into Nigerian exchange fund. Go to the site, you will see a picture that puts a claiming of dividends. When you put it, you put your name, and automatically you bring out all the companies who have shares, and you cannot take it to the bank to go and do what we call automated dividend payment system. Then you will receive your dividend without necessarily having the paper for dividend. So, going back to investment banking, if you don't have the liver, don't go into buying and selling of shares. But it's a very good return when it comes to investments. And also, we also have that category private equity. So we have a lot of, and also, you can also invest in partnership with people. I do that a lot. But before you go into partnership with people, you must have the knowledge of end-to-end of that transaction. How do I mean? I am an office person. I'm not into business. I have a friend that collects IPO from a well-known company like Promasidor, from PZ, from MTN, and so on and so forth. If you have enough money to execute projects and partner with it. Okay, the project you have with you is 5 million, and you have only 3 million. This is 2 million. What is the return on it? You execute, you take 60% and take 40%. It's a form of investment. You should look for people like that you can partner with. It will help us to have a good return. But again, before you invest, I say, have the knowledge of end to end. How is it done from the beginning to the end? It is very, very important. And having said that, you will now start managing your journey. And to start managing your journey, you need to start selling. It's never too late. Some of us say at this age, to start investing. How to live and maneuver it? How will I manage it? It's never too late. Even, sir, man, even if you are age 70, you can start your investment journey. It is when you wake up and your money starts. You can start. You can start and start the journey. And I can assure you, you can see that I am beyond this. What do I need those cover for? I can bet you that those cover sometimes, when it comes in, you will smile. At least they can buy you one big bottle. At least if you cannot buy the house. So, and drops of water, they say, makes the mighty ocean. So please, let not sit. And also, when you are starting, you have to be disciplined. You see, when you start enjoying this dividend of your investment fund growing up, you just have to be consistent and be disciplined. You just have to, if you have to set aside 10,000 every month, do it. You might not at my level 10,000 naira when hundreds of millions is in my account. Do not look at it from that angle. Just set it aside. Before you know it, if you have to pay insurance, life assurance, buy it. Set it aside. One day, it will come to serve you. And I believe that when you do that, you'll be happy with it, but be consistent. Also, be patient. Sometimes investment takes a while to come to reality. Now, before I move away from this slide, there are some common pitfalls to avoid in your investment journey. There are some common things that you must avoid. And since one of them is following the crowd, follow. When you are doing investment, avoid following the crowd. I remember when these things has not possible. In my church, everybody was doing this. They said it is the way God come to bless them. When they talk to me about it, that we should buy, I should invest in CBS. I said anything that I don't know the underlying transaction, I don't do it. Even doing in Nospetu, I don't know what Nospetu. Nospetus. I think they're doing all of that. Also, that time, my wife made a lot of money from it. A portion is 400,000. I don't know what can remember. My wife said I should do it in 2 weeks. That you do. Somebody give you 400,000, and within 2 weeks, it will give you almost half of the money. What kind of business does he want to use the money to do? So, what is too true to be? It's too good to be real. Avoid it. So, these are some of the common people fall into when they are doing investment. Investing without research. Not to invest in shares. Don't go into investment of shares without having the knowledge of the company. That ordinarily that the MP of a company slept with the secretary and with the company. So you must be 100% up to date. So there are some investments that require a lot of research. There are some fundamentals you need to know about a company. A company has not been declaring dividend in the last 3 years. They are in the market, they want to sell shares. Because they have the shares one name. And you say, buddy, I remember in 2008, they are even selling shares as if they are selling Oceanic shares. They won't be part of the road. Don't go into it without having the knowledge to research, because those areas are highly sensitive. Over exposure to one asset. If you are a real investor, you cannot put your eggs in one basket. You can invest in government securities, fixed income transactions, you can invest in mutual fund, play around it so that you will always eat dividend of diversification. Those are some of the pitfall, and ignoring the general advance is another pitfall people fall into. This can we move to the next slide, please. Now, some of the investment risks are put together. One is inflation risk. How many of us know the current inflation figure of the country? Inflation. Anybody? The last one that was released at the beginning of this week? 20.18. So what do you mean by this inflation? Inflation simply means that you are losing value of your money. You are losing value. The implication is that if before inflation, you are buying a bag of rice at 8,000, but bag of rice is now 50,000. The implication is that your 50,000 that you had before, that can buy like 4 bag of rice, and only buy 1 bag of rice. The fund has lose value. So one of the risk of investment. So whenever you want to invest, you should investment at an edge against inflation. It's difficult in Nigeria, but it should be written at the back of your mind. Because if you are investing and the return of the investment is 20%, inflation is 20%, what you are only having is stability of your fund. You are not earning anything from that fund, but it's better you have something that you have nothing. So one of the risks affecting inflation is, if they are affecting investments, is inflation. So we should be very mindful of it. And the second one is interest rates. Interest rate, Nigerian interest rates is managed by Monetary Policy Committee, MPC. They usually meet every 2 months to determine the MPR, monetary policy rates. How many of us know our idea of monetary policy rates as we speak today? That's 27.5. Now, that rate, as a business person, it will affect your interest rates because it's something the business people that are wealthy, sorry to say, or with this slightly here because they leverage on other people's money to make money. So, and that MPR is what is having direct impact on interest rates. Up to this year, interest rates on loans is ranges between 18 to 25. How do you see a bank or any institution that can give you interest on your loan that is less than 35% now because of this MPR, monetary policy rate? So some of the things that affect, investment in the interest rate as well. You should be mindful of reinvestment risk. You want to invest today and having to be able to invest again and enjoy the same rate is very important. So you want to be able to share and be able to ensure that you can maintain the same rate. That's what we call reinvestment risk. I would say that the next one is fraud and scam rates. So many people today have been victims of fraud. So many people have been victims of scam. I've said this earlier. When it is too good to be real, please don't go into it. I was talking to a fellow colleague who was talking to me about investments in real estate and agriculture that they give a return of almost 60%. I said, okay, 60% on investment. You see, I struggle a lot to make money. I don't like my money going to fraudster. So I don't know about you, but for me, because I struggle to make this money, I get my money generously. So I want to plead with us. Please, do not see it as an opportunity that you don't want to tell your neighbor. Tell your neighbor, ask questions so that you won't fall a victim Please, fraudsters are everywhere. Sinners has come and gone. Be rest assured, another way is on the way. And some people will spoil a victim. Some people will spoil a victim. So let's be very mindful and be very careful. And the next one is liquidity risk. Liquidity risk, I've spoken about it earlier. You cannot build a house where you cannot sell it. If you build a house where you cannot sell it, it's as good as you are not liquid. So at a point in time, invest your money where you know you can easily convert it to cash. It's very important. And finally, we also have that is called market risk. That has to do with fluctuation. This one has to do with stock markets, fluctuation. It also has impact in investment. We call it investment risk. So those are some of the emotions that attracts, that affects investments. Fear. So many people ask fear to the point that they miss every opportunity. They have fear. They will tell them about this business. I don't want to enter into what will swallow my money. And because of the fear, they will miss opportunity. It's very important that we don't allow fear, emotion to affect us. Second one is greed. Chasing being excessive. Greed is not that greedy that they can defraud. It's not that greedy that they can scam. Let's be very important. Let's be very careful. Our confidence also. How confident some people regret and lost salvation because they have made losses before. They won't want to do anything again. Let's not allow such emotion to affect us. Hope and optimism by a level to the next slide. I'm running up now. So, how do you manage your emotion? You manage it by having a proper investment goal and risk appetite. You must do that. You learn how to diversify. You have what we call rule-based investment, national advisor. Also, you have a long term as you will be patient before you can manage your emotion. Next slide, please. So finally, you don't have to be worrying about your investments. What you need to do is to control it. How do you control it? Is for you to take some actions away from where you are. Like I mentioned earlier, one of the ways you can do it is what we call risk transfer. If you know that you cannot be able to manage the kind of shares and set of shares, transfer the risk to stockbrokers. They will be the one to think for you. Buy shares through stockbrokers. If you cannot manage your investment, invest through asset managers, mutual funds, and the rest. And with that one, you will be rest assured that you can control it. On this note, I want to call it a day. Thank you very much. I'm waiting for question and answer here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. And that just clap again for him, please. Have this in mind that he crossed many things before getting here. From 912 to 9111, which is not easy. Please, just clap for him once again, please. Yes, we are saying the higher you reach, the better for you. But if you don't get money, don't invest in shares. Investment in shares is for those who get mind. And he has also said, if you want to let a property, don't go to your village. But my own village, you can invest in it. You are free. If I'm not from a village, you know, I'm from the 60 power. Come and invest in property in no power. In fact, if you invest in Odo now, that best assured, within 2-3 years, 100%. So you are free. Just come and invest in our Cocoa. We have Cocoa, come and invest. Cocoa, that's what is doing now. It has moved from $3 to $15 within 3 months. So come and invest. All right, thank you very much, sir. We're going to take questions now. Question. I am sure we have people in it for that.
they are scared making any investments. I told where my wife when discussing, I said, you know, I'm not ready to put that money. While she is good enough, ready to put her money into it. She is the one that was supposed to be. We have a question here, please. Mr. Malaga. Anybody question again? Step forward. The first question we have here. What is the best mutual fund to invest in? What is the best mutual fund to invest in?
Oh, thank you so much, sir. For that, should I go ahead? Okay. Mutual funds in Nigeria, they are almost the same. Before we invest in any mutual fund, be rest assured, be sure that the asset management company in question are registered at the state commission. What this person does, they ensure that does doesn't keep money with themselves. They receive the money for the purpose of management, while they keep the money with a custodian. Without arrangements, the money is saved. The same applies to pension funds. The PFS are just administrators. The custodian is with another big organization. So ensure, so we have a lot. But if you will ask me, if they ask a mad person to how they call it, cultivate a land, you will call it to sign. So every part that belongs to, we have what called EDC. Our EDC funds, we are one of the best fund managers in Nigeria, and we have our mutual funds. I know I can drop my sales. We will have from here. If you want to join, we will give you very good return, and I can assure you, you will invite so many other people. Thank you.
Yeah, question now. Yeah, quite all right. Thank you very much. We need to appreciate you. It is not easy to cross from 911 to 912.
I'm quite impressed at the material. This is quite very good. Please, may I please request one of our Baba investors, when you talk about investment, you know that we have gurus that are there, that are fathers of investment as far as this country is concerned. May I please invite the past district of Michael Olawale to please come forward to help us to present this administration plan to this chair who has also inspired us and exposed us to investment opportunities so that we can invest and we can be paid our annual due. In fact, I was expecting you to say something that we can do that every year. We see an average of about 300 to annual due, so we don't bother. Thank you very much.
My very amiable disagreement. My fellow Rotarians, let me say that I'm very impressed with the quality of the test people. I'm a finance person, and I can assure you that all he has said are worthy of the note. This is in your notes. This try and take action on that. It is nice to invest. It is beautiful to invest. And I will tell you, I started investing when I was a small boy. When I left you like in 1972. I started investing because I had the opinion that you don't have to be very rich to invest. If you are earning salary, I was then working for UTC, I want to deliver products. I make sure that out of every salary I earned, I saved part of it. It became a matter of habit. Let me tell you very clearly, investing or save it is habit. If you have a habit, it doesn't matter how tough things are, you keep something for tomorrow. This is how to beg you. Please do that. Please do that. I don't want to go into details. I did an investment some years back for £150,000. £150,000. That property is now worth £1.7 million. I'm sorry to go that far. I'm just telling you that if you don't invest, then you're not planning for tomorrow. Because money may not come all the way to you every day, as it did in the past. But you can fall back on your past investments to keep your life moving. Please, all this you have said, I want to beg you also before you invest, pray about it. It's also spiritual. Pray about it. Listen to all the people who will give you analysis. They are nice. They also pray about it. If God says go ahead, go ahead. If your God says don't go ahead, don't go ahead. On that note, on behalf of Mr. Governor, our reality club, this is an award of appreciation to Hotel Omolaja Oyeribe, of the Greater of Koli, to say we appreciate you for your commitment as guest speaker at this Zona Summit to advance, share ideas, and strengthen the bonds that make our district so exceptional. This award is dated 19th day of September 2025 and is signed by no other person other than our royal prince, Rotarian Prince Henry P.A., our amiable Michigan. Hello, Rotarians, congratulations.
Thank you very much, my governor. Thank you very much, my deputy. We are moving forward. Our next speaker, the Lord President, also in Nigeria, a past president, and the CEO of White Coat National Logistics Limited. Architect Dr. Sheikh Musa, to be talked to us on the impact of political instability on requirements of profitability in emerging economy. Dr. Musa today is represented by Dr. Olusegun Awewuye, the Director of Human Resource at May and White Coat. Mr. Thomas, most excited of Dr. Musa is our own Rotary Babs. Please clap for you, please.
The DG, past district governors, all understanding governors, Rotarians. I want to read the citation of one of our guest speakers who is going to talk to us shortly. Dr. Sheikh Musa is an entrepreneur and a philanthropist, making waves across multiple sectors. He is the CEO of White Scope Group, a logistic company, and also served as the chairman and chief consultant of global transport policy. His influence is where economic development humanitarian initiatives
and transport policy reforms. Any new renovation visionary leader. Through Dr. Segun Musa Foundation, he's been driving community focus projects like clean water boreholes, e.g. Barua Ipaja, and free training program for government institutions, including the Nigerian Customs and Nigerian Police Force, emphasizing emotional intelligence and capacity building. His effort reflects a deep commitment to uplifting understanding underserved communities and fostering peace. On top of that, he is a peace ambassador, recently organized by UN POLAC for his contribution to global peace and social impact. He is all about promoting understanding, charity, and humanity, values that align with his status as a fellow, Polaris Fellow in Rotary. Distinguished and gentlemen, let me introduce to you one of our speakers, the past president of Rotary Club of Apapa, Rotarian Dr. Segun Musa.
Thank you very much. Dr. Segun Musa is inadvertently absent. He actually planned to be here, but due to exigency of office, he could not make it. He sent his apologies. I went to talk on the topic impact of political instability on retirement opportunities in emerging economies. The impact of political instability on retirement opportunities in emerging economies. So I'm going to shortly look at the impact and also the factors that affect retirement opportunities in emerging economies. Are we together?
Yes.
Well, we want to ask ourselves what is called emerging economy or economies. Who can help us here? I want us to be engaged so I can have your attention. Emerging economies or emerging economy. Who can throw a little light to it? Hello. I want us to be on the same page. Excuse me. What do we understand by emerging economy? Anyone among us? Emerging economy. What do you understand by that? Emerging economy. You want to assist us? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Emerging economy is a new horizon where new businesses emerges, about the development, new material, paradigm shifts, and what we used to know from what we used to in Nigerian business, what it is now. There's been a lot of changes to see as a developing economy, let's say third world economy, and guided as emerging.
Let's appreciate it. That was actually we can do better. Okay, thank you very much. I need to do that for us to be attentive. An emerging economy is a country that is in the process of transitioning. A company in process of transitioning from developing nation to a developed nation. And there are some characteristics that distinguish them from highly developed economies and world poorest nations. In an emerging economy, there are differences between them and a developed economy or economies and the poorest nation or economy. Okay. There are some key characteristics in emerging economies. We have rapid economic growth, industrialization, developing financial regulations, higher volatility and risk. In an emerging economy, in the sense that there is always what we call economic shock in an emerging economy, economic shock. There is also stability and also currency fluctuations. In emerging economies. And economies are grouped, the BRICS. The BRICS stand for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and the world, and South Africa. These are, it will surprise you that those countries I named are ranked under emerging economies, but there is a marked difference. They are very, very large. The economies of those countries that form the BRICS bloc, the economies are very, very large. And most importantly, they are influential emerging economies. So when those countries that form the BRICS economy or economies sneeze, US cash codes, US cash is code, because they are emerging economy quite well, but they are about the largest and also highly influential. Okay, and when we're talking about influential, we're talking about, for instance, yen being used for international trade. Okay, but in Nigeria, we try to adopt that, but the powers that be allow you to buy. Okay, when you were asked to come for free lunch and you are saying you don't want to come, all our industrial companies can buy raw materials that are majorly sourced from the China in yen, and they're not looking that way. They were a kind of systemic failure. Another group of emerging economy are what we refer to as MINT, M-I-N-T. MINT comprises Mexico, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Turkey. Those are the group of companies that, or countries that makes up of MINT economic bloc. These are economies that have the potential for growth. I imagine they have the population, and they are moving strong. And the last is Next 11, N11. N11 are the economies that are expected to emerge and become a developed economy in the 21st century. Incidentally, Nigeria is also in this group. There are other countries that are in the group are Egypt, Iran, Bangladesh, and others. Now, having established the meaning of emerging economy, we're going to also examine how that setting impacts retirement. I'm a retiree. So as I stand before I'm a retiree, okay, I used to work for a monthly salary. I'm a director in a group of companies now. And what that tells us is that I draw RSA monthly right now. Okay. Okay. So I used to work for some companies before I retire, and I still function as a director of another group of companies. So I can situate this topic quickly. Okay, and also align this topic, this presentation with the last speaker that he raised. Now, political instability has a devastating and multifaceted impact on retirement opportunities in emerging economies. For individuals trying to save for retirement and for the pension systems themselves, it creates a high level of risk and uncertainty that can erode savings and undermine long-term security. What we're saying is that in an emerging economy, the retiree has a high it has a high impact on the retiree. We are talking about RSA. Even if you are drawing 50,000 naira your RSA monthly, what can you buy now? But thank God, I don't need school fees again. Okay, all my children are graduates, so maybe God is on my side. So now, here is a breakdown of key impacts. Number one, erosion of savings through inflation and currency devaluation. One of the most immediate and damaging effects of political instability is its link to macroeconomic volatility. Microeconomic volatility. In an emerging economy, the inflation, the rate of inflation, we are talking about double-digit inflation as we speak, but really make your retirement fund, make mess of the retirement fund. High inflation, political turmoil can lead to hyperinflation at the rate of fiscal mismanagement or a loss of central bank independence. This dramatically reduces the purchasing power of accumulated savings. Money saved in a account or invested in low-yield local bonds can become worthless, effectively wiping out a lifetime saving. An emerging economy, or in an emerging economy, it does not give a kind of enabling environment for you to strive as a retiree, because your savings will be at risk inflation would have made nonsense of it. Currency devaluation. Nigeria is a very good example of the issues of currency devaluation as it affects stability of your income. The government of Nigeria decided to float the naira. Well, there are issues around that, some supporting and some against that issue. But whatever position or the divide you are, definitely it is impacting on retiree, on retirement opportunities. Well, the Nigerian economy decided to float the naira because of the corruption that is embedded in that. You can imagine an industrialist asking for $100 million of the CPN to bring in raw materials, only for him to use maybe $20 million for that purpose. The remaining $80 million he will sell in the black market. So can we say that the Nigerian government is justified by floating it or are not justified? That is a question for us to answer. Lack of stable and reliable pension system. Many emerging economies are still in the process of reforming or building their public and private pension systems. Political instability can severely disrupt this process in a way that will make nonsense of the savings of the retirees. A change in government can lead to a reversal of pension reforms. There have been so many, for instance, in Nigeria, policies of assault, inability to push through the policy of government. For instance, let's take an example in the education sector. There was a case that came around, canceled the teaching of history in our schools. We all remember, and there is this new government that now brought it back, isn't it? So it's like that in all facets of our economy. There is no sustainability in government policy. So same with the pension. So many regulations today and tomorrow it will change. Now we also have the issue of seizure of pension assets. In extreme cases, a government faces a fiscal crisis or a hostile change of power, the government may seize pension or nationalize pension, your hard-earned money that you are saving. The government can come today and say they want to borrow your pension. There were rumors sometimes that our pensions were being borrowed by federal government. So those are some of the challenges that is impacting on retirement opportunity. Weakening of the financial market. Political instability undermines the very institutions that are essential for long-term savings and investment. I heard from the grapevine that the federal government is going to announce the recapitalization of banks in the country. Okay, with all those happening, there is bound to be crisis in that sector. Lack of diversification opportunity. Capital control, which governments often introduce during period of instability, can prevent individuals and institutions from investing their savings abroad. This trap retirement funds within the volatile domestic market and making them highly exposed to local, political, and economic risks. There was a time in the financial institution, you cannot use your
ATM card to transact business outside Nigeria, or there is a peg on the amount of money you can spend via all those means. So these are some of the, it is part of the limit that affects the retirement opportunities. Now, erosion of trust in financial institutions. A series of financial crises or pension-related scandals stemming from political instability can cause the public to lose faith in the entire financial system. Reduce savings rates. If people believe their savings are at risk of being devalued, confiscated, or mismanaged by the government or financial institutions, they may choose to stop having or saving for retirement. Now, the government is quick to review lending rates every week or every 2 weeks. Do we see them reviewing or mandating banks on the saving on the interest rate for savings accounts? No. So it's supposed to be very good. So, but you will see that the system is skewed towards siphoning money from individuals, from the poor, or even the retiree. I will quickly look at the factors that is the cause of all this. The economic factor, we have made allusion to inflation, the high inflation and currency devaluation, volatile financial markets, fiscal crisis, economic stagnation. Political instability can often hinder economic growth by discouraging investment, foreign and domestic. A stagnant economy means fewer jobs, lower wages, and a diminishing tax base, which makes it difficult for individuals and government to contribute to fund, that is. We also have institutional factors. We all agree with me that institutions in Nigeria are very weak. Institutions in Nigeria not strong. Don't name it, judicial, even legislature, are very weak. So when you have weak institutions, definitely the retiree will pay the bill. Now, what we're talking about institutions, yes, we go for right. The indicator of any stable retirement system is the legal protection of saving and asset. Now, there isn't legal protection of savings as a retiree. Early in the year about, there was a new regulations that you can collect the whole of your money from your RMT, just like that. Okay, I must tell you something. Who were pressured to do that. Those that are even collecting little change monthly, they were deceiving to collecting the remaining of money in the RSA, and they lavish it like that. Now they are not practicing. So that the rule of law is not stable, right? And it can be changed at any time by the government. And corruption, high level of corruption often linked to political instability can lead to the development of outright theft of pension funds. We know it is not correct. We know in this country, for instance, that there were issues with our pension system.
a particular executive secretary of the pension fund was accused of squandering our money sometimes ago. And because of weak institutions that we are experiencing in the country, that prosecution did not go through. We only hear about the headline news, it has died. So that person has gone away with stolen funds of retired people. Regulatory uncertainty. An unstable political climate is characterized by frequent and unprecedented changes in law and regulations. This makes it impossible for pension fund managers and individuals to plan for long-term. To plan for long-term. A government might change the rules of investment, taxation of pension, or contribution required on a whim, creating a significant risk. Lack of government credibility. In Africa, Nigeria, for instance, our government lacks credibility. They politicize everything. Trust is a crucial component of any long-term savings plan. When the government is unstable and its promises are unreliable, people lose faith in its ability to manage public pension system. This can lead them to see alternative or often less secure ways to save, such as investing in physical assets. And even that is the danger. You invest in physical assets, natural disaster could obliterate it before you know it, what is happening. We have also social and demographic factors. Poverty and unemployment. High poverty rates and a lack of formal employment mean that a large portion of the population cannot afford to save in retirement. Political instability often exacerbates these issues, pushing more people into informal economy where pension schemes are non-existent. Now, when there is no job, where you can be able to raise money to save for your retirement, the only option left for you is to function in the informal economy. In the informal economy, the pension or the retirement fund or what you can fall back on during your pension is almost non-existent. Social unrest and violence, civil unrest, riots, or conflict can directly impact people's ability to work, earn money, and access financial institutions. It can also lead to the destruction of physical infrastructure, including banks and others. We don't remember what happened during the time of NSAS. Some people use their retirement money to set up businesses, and during this period of the NSAS, all were destroyed. So you can see that political instability always make retirement opportunity a difficult thing. You can imagine somebody that invested money in his business, a retired personnel, invested his money in his business, and during riots like NSAS, the riot has destroyed everything. Where do you want him to start at his old age? Demographic pressures. Many emerging economies have a large young population that is a growing number of elderly people. If political instability prevents the economy from growing and creating enough jobs, there won't be a large enough tax base to support the public pension. Now, in Nigeria and all other African countries, for instance, we have a lot of young population. That's in itself, it's a way that would impede on the ability for the government to create a base for those that are retiring
to fall on. But in an economy like Japan, we have older people than we have here in Nigeria that are in Japan. It's because of the stability of their politics. They are not feeling it. They are being taken care of. So you agree with me that economic instability is the bane of securing a better life for the retired people in Nigeria. And lastly, we have direct political factors. Frequent government changes. A high turnover of government or political leadership leads to a lack of continuity in economic and social policy. Now, this is a controversial point I want to make. In Nigeria, we always know that we are supposed to have a southern head of state or president and a northern head of state or president interchangeably after 8 years. Right now, we have a southern president and another political group, another group of people are saying that, okay, I'm a southerner, but I want to run for presidency, but I will spend 4 years. Now, we all know that all those are stories. Buhari of President's memory said he would spend only 1 term. He ended up spending 2 terms, 8 years. So what we are saying in effect is that why don't you allow the southerner to complete one single southerner to complete the 2nd term and ensure that there is in the economy and he consolidates on what he has started. Whereas other southerners that's coming up, that okay, I will use 4 term and complete the senior. Whereas we all know that those are lies. Definitely no southerner that will come after 2027 and want to spend only 1 term. You want to spend 4 years. Then it will lead to political trouble because the northerner will say that okay, you southerners have spent your 8 years. Why are you just killing us? So all those are factors that contribute to political instability have been asked to stop. And I'm running up by saying that we should all improvise as we approach our retirement. Incidentally, I'm already retired, but not tired. I'm still working. So we should improvise to ensure that, like the last speaker said, invest in financial instruments and consider other forms of investment to secure our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me ask you for once again, let's put that together. It's coming from two different areas. Military and now an active person on his own. So you can see that is the end decision of about it. Talking experience. I am not yet retired though. Even those that are retired, will say the verb was still active. My banking treasurer, are you retired? You see how he got Canada. But the fire was not Canada, that's why he has value X. I will try to 1.5. Yes, let's take questions. My government will come back. We're going to take a presentation, proposition. Let's take question. At this point in time, while the Oscar was talking, our organ B, here, my good friend, Roger Samuel, I just want to just wait it. You are welcome, sir. You have an opportunity.
Sincerely, I want to thank you, sir, for this very beautiful presentation on the impact of the guys' ability of retirement. And I want to thank you for standing in for one of us, Dr. Sheldon Poster. I want to thank you sincerely for this. And I also want to please that apart from your presentations, your status also reflects somebody who should be in the office. I don't know why you have not joined us today. DJ. Okay. Our speaker was at the Rotary Club of Water when you made the presentation of membership recently. And he said that he's considering joining the club. Which of the club you? Oh, okay, it's not invisible. So on that note, I will also please continue to follow up, making sure that it will become a Rotarian. So that will please permit me to present this appreciation award to you for award presentation to Dr. Musa. Want to say very much thank you. Thank you so much.
My national president, where are you? Please step forward. Clap one, step forward. Keep clapping or get here. My national president, Uncle Government, where are you? Uncle Government, where are you? Step forward, please. My president, where are you? Lieutenant Kat, step forward. Yes, I told you. No problem. I want to say. So if you have to say the video, don't worry. Your first take care. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Like a man. Like a man, just stay the video. Yeah. Are you not a man? You're a man. All right. So our president wants to entertain what with the aerobic songs. Our president wants to entertain us. Let's look at that.
The assignment before us is to sing a religious song. Shall we be lost to one? So let's open our program to page 8. Song number 4. Rotary is good. The count of 2. 1, 2. Rotary. And what choice in heaven, seeking the truth of our prayer, to you, my friend. I have the last night when I was there. Give me a hand. One last hour. Let's start around. Look, we have talks for Mary, Matthew, things like that for our words. Where are you looking for what? Want to see here? Thomas, now we have my brother here. I don't stand beside my AC, stand beside the brother here. You're welcome. Thank you very much. The finger was on,
Finger water, get glory. One finger to take, get glory. One hand, one finger water, one hand, get glory. One finger water, one hand, get glory. One finger water, one hand. Get glory, get glory, Lord. Stand up, sister. One finger, one thumb, one man. Stand up, sister. Get glory. One finger, one thumb, one hand. Stand up, sister. Get glory. One finger, one thumb, one hand. Stand up, sister. Get glory. Please clap for my governor. You go back and find out. As part of the dialogue, we want to have induction of the new member. It's a privilege. It's a garden that we have all together, including the governors and the guards, including the chief secretary. That yes, that is where we are welcoming someone to the club. Later, I want to invite Rose to place the telephone for us. Please come and introduce the longest speaker and joining our congratulations today.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, DG. Good afternoon, past governors, AGs, fellow Lutherans, friend of Rotary. This afternoon, I would like to call out one of the prospects who have dedicated interest to join the Rotary family through the Rotary family. So I'd like to call out this Ekaike Pupo.
May I go forward? Please come forward. Please come forward. Who is also? Lieutenant, please. And the AG, please step forward. The sponsor, just stand beside. All right, thank you very much. And for the time, I want to invite about one Lucilia in the exam 111 in place of mathematics. From after looking for the I believe the world you need to go.
Thank you very much. My fellow Rotarians, hello, please, can we be seated? And thank you very much. This is one of the projects I love to do in Rotary, when we have addition. And I'm so excited that Rotary Club of Apako is adding another very quality member to their club. Please, can we put our hands together now? And so I want to specially thank Rotary and Angela. You know, we all agree that one should be one, right? Hello? We all agree that one should be one. Rotary and Angela has played our own match by bringing Miss Ekaite to Rotary Club Apako. Please, can we put our hands together for her? I want to thank Rotary and Angela. But I'm confident that you're not going to stop them. She's the fourth. Wow. Wow. This behind the question is very resounding applause. This year, she has brought four. No, okay. When did you join? She joined Rotary Club of Apako last year. She has introduced four. And some people will tell me that they can't find numbers. Please, you may need to facilitate on how to get members in seminars like this, so that people can learn. On that note, it is my pleasure. It's like I need to welcome you to Rotary. You know, you must have been told you have gone through some details. The Rotary is a world organization of professional specialists and community leaders. You know, you are spread all over 220 countries of geographical locations, and you are known to the world. It's my pleasure to welcome you to Rotary of Apako. It's one out of 79 clubs we have in District 91 and 11. And today, we are going to add to that number, and I hope you join hands with my 10 presidents to uplift that club. And I know, just like my age is said by the special grace of God, the number will increase to 30, and it's going to deliver 30 to me at the end of Rotary year. Please, please, can we also put our hands together for Rotary Club of Apako? I am inspired. They have just also, they have not visited them, but also played that they were 16 at the beginning of this year, for by the special grace of God, come June that year, they are going to be 30 in that club. Please, can we put our hands together? So, I'm going to practice this window as a sign of the Rotary. Just about 5 club. So doing this where this people.
How should take them?
Each time you wear.
Then what is that? And what is the strategy which they do to encourage others?
When people see this people, there are some games.
People tell that they go take a 15 minutes with that.
Words and also follow suit what Rotary has done. Also, please, in your friend, so that we do this to them. Congratulations on the welcome to the sure. Yeah, I request all of us to please rise up and we give a very responding applause to the noise of Nigeria. It was so true.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
So, go to campus. Down there. It's going, this is something. Okay, Lord. I want to pay here. Have you also pay, I'm going to give this. So, I'm not going to really thinking and saying, it's only about, you know, six and wicked. These are some of our creeds. Also have, you know, working upon one man, so they don't have our own value. This is what you know, keep you to know what route is on the front of the team. And normal rules the results, and it has a PDF version of it. So if you Google this, you can download it on it's natural. Or see what it is like watching.
All right. I'm going to stop it there. Then, what here? Oh, thank you very much. Is it right to have our president to make up of growth? You are welcome to our kingdom. Now I want to go back to business. As part of our surveys, we want to invite our DGA, Samuel Ayetutu, call name Samuel. Who's going to come to us for the gospel of sustainable service. To read his profile, in the scholar of the
District Governor, district leaders, fellow Rotarians. May I pray the indulgence of our DGN to please come on stage. And I would like to call on the newest Rotarian from Rotary Club of Okota, Rotarian Bioma. Can you please come out to come and read the time of our DGN? Please let us encourage her. She was inducted September 2nd into Rotary Club of Okota. They come and take this and
coming from all deeply professional as an enemy.
Hello, speak, Governor. Fellow Rotarians. Rotarians of Samuel Ayetutu is a well-rounded, creative, and tactful communication strategist with over 25 years of professional experience in the integrated market communication industry. Having been responsible for a series of public relations, advertising, and editorial projects, cutting across private, public section orientations. He attended the State Polytechnic, now Moshood Abiola Technical, where he completed the National Diploma and Higher National Diploma in Mass Communication between 1992 to 1995 and 1995 to 1997 respectively. Driven by uncommon quest for knowledge, Samuel Ayetutu proceeded to the Lagos State University, Ojo, for a postgraduate diploma in international relations and strategy studies in 2002 to 2003, and returns to the same institute for his master's degree in communication in 2007 to 2009. In the year 2012, he completed a Prince 2 course in project management certified by the Association of Public Relations, and also a fellow of the Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria. In June 2025, he completed a doctoral degree in mass communication at the prestigious Babcock University, Remo. His professional career began in September 1990, when he worked as a sub-editor at Daily News, published by John West Limited. In July 2000, he joined the Lagos State Ministry of Information and Strategy as a public affairs officer, and has since then continued to write through the ladder. Dr. Ayetutu currently serves as the chairman, Lagos State chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations. Following his election on the 14th of August 2025, he had earlier served as vice chairman of the chapter from 2001 to 2025. In 2004, he teamed up with like minds to form, it is very small, sorry. He teamed up with like minds to form the Rotary Club of Omole Golden, serving as the vice president of the club in its first 2 years of existence, and later culminating in his emergence as the district governor nominee, District 9111. He is to serve as the district governor in the year 2027 to 2028. He is happily married to children, and his hobbies include reading, public speaking, traveling, and playing table tennis.
Fellow Rotarians, friends of Rotary, I hereby present this summit. Thank you. Now this is the home. And this governor, yes, King of Town, SA, zonal coordinator, very distinguished assistant governors, and all leaders of our district, fellow Rotarians, good afternoon to you all. Let me thank the DG for appointing a zonal coordinator that has appointed me this afternoon to come and speak to you. Let me start on the little lighter note. I don't know what offense that lady committed that PHA Kamal has decided to punish her this afternoon. My sister, please remind me of your name. Please, today, delete Kamal's mama from your phone. He's not a friend. Because, honestly speaking, she would have done a lot of process to setting her profile if she had an opportunity to know that she was going to do it, and she had it sent to her so that she could go through. Yes. But in any case, she has tried as much as possible to build a good account of her fear. Instead of quality. Okay, so I'm going to be in a similar situation because GC has told me that the PowerPoint projector is not. It's working now. Well, we will not be able to rely on it. We should just try our luck. Okay, let's go to slide 2 because of time. Okay, the topic is implementing impactful and sustainable projects. Next slide. So, within the shortest possible time, we want to look at this together. Number one, see how far we can go to appreciate service projects as a critical value Rotary offers the world. Number two is to understand how to implement impactful and sustainable service projects. The next is to have insight into fundraising approaches for service projects. And last of our learning objective is to appreciate the place of sustainability in project execution. Next slide. So, why do we implement service projects? For those of us who are familiar with me, you know that I always rely on the assistance of my customers to do this business. And my customers are everyone in this hall. So I'll bring the microphone to you. You will say your part, I say my part. At the end of the day, we reach a conclusion. I hope we are ready. Okay. So why do we implement service projects in Rotary? Anybody? Just raise your hand and bring the mic. Do we have up to 2 mics? Only one. Who is helping me? Why do we implement service projects in Rotary? Anybody? The earlier you help me, the better, so that we can finish the session. Because I will not do it alone. To increase our impact. Thank you very much, my dear brother. To impact the community. Thank you very much. Any other idea? All ideas are correct. Feel free to say your mind, please. Any other reason? We are so many in this hall, and we have only 2 people saying something. Anybody from that part of the world? Why do we implement service projects in Rotary? Sir? To improve quality of life. God bless you. So, let's go to the next slide. Now, let's look at this. Service is one of the core values of Rotary. Yes or no? The core values of Rotary were not put together by me. It's not the DG. It's not any one of us in this hall. These are the fundamentals of the organization that you and I belong to. And look at it. the core values of Rotary. Can we read that together? The first one is what? The second is what? The third is what? The fourth is what? And the last is what? So out of all these 5, which one relates to our topic right now? Service. So it's one of the core values. So that means we don't have any choice. We cannot say that these are our values, and we cannot put up actions that will actually demonstrate that these are our values, isn't it? So now, let's look at this one. The Rotary Action Plan. Anything that we are doing in Rotary at this time, you will find it difficult not to link it to one of the strategic priorities of the Rotary Action Plan. And it's so interesting that for this topic we are looking at, the first priority of the Rotary Action Plan is again what? To increase our, are we together? Yes. To increase our impact. And 2 out of the answers that I got was talking about impact. That means we are still aligning. Next slide. So, as people of action, as Rotarians, we are people of action, isn't it? We make decisions grounded in evidence. Our decisions are grounded in evidence. It's not that they will say that there is no toilet somewhere, and then we just go and put toilet there. We want to be sure that actually there is no toilet. We even want to be sure that that toilet is the most important need of that particular beneficiary community at that time. So we are saying that we should build the practices, infrastructure, and capacity needed to define, measure, track, and analyze data from our service projects in a much more effective way. We cannot be talking about sustainability. We cannot be talking about impactfulness if we don't pay attention to things. We must be guided by data. Then, let's look at the next one. Delivering impactful service project is at the heart of fulfilling Rotary's first priority, which is to increase our impact. Do we agree with this? Yes. What impact can we make in the community other than the service projects that we deploy? And how do we increase our impact? It means that we need to increase the number of projects that we do, and we need to make them bigger, make them more effective, make them be able to address needs in the most profound way that we have ever done before. Next slide. So as Rotarians, we are known for getting results. Our collective efforts have changed lives. Yes or no? You agree that our collective efforts as Rotarians have changed lives? Yes, because that's what our projects are doing in many ways and touch many communities. If we can measure impact, which is a long-term result of what we have done, it will form a solid foundation for us to increase our impact. Emphasis is also again on measurement. Yeah, next slide. So let's look at this again together. I'm coming to you now with my microphone. What have Rotarians said over the years for the service projects they undertake in communities? We all belong to various working clubs, have we? So what have we gained as clubs and as individuals from the services we have been rendering to the community over the years? What have we gained?
Acting like
So we have gained happiness. We have gained happiness that we are impacting life. You can imagine how happiness relates to everything. Can you remember one Coca-Cola advert that was hinged on happiness, telling you that once you take a bottle of Coke, happiness has come? But for us as Rotarians, according to my past president here, the project that we do in the community what gives us happiness more than hope or Fanta. Any other person, what has Protean gained? What have you gained? What has your club gained? Anyone else? Sir?
Popularity, faith.
Okay. Gain fame and popularity. We gain fame and popularity. Haven't you been in a situation where you feel very proud when somebody speaks about the project that was done by your club? You feel important. It improves your ego. It makes you feel that you are actually in the right place and you are doing the right thing. So, next slide. So, steps to planning impactful projects. Let's read the first one together. Undertake this assessment. Your project may not be serving any purpose if you do not start from this first step. You need to undertake this assessment. And why is this assessment important? Anybody want to help me? Why is it sacrosanct for us to do this assessment?
This assessment is sacrosanct because it enables us to know what that community actually needed. Not only that, the cost implications is also shown, so at the time you are expecting program to be able to be powerful in the second.
Thank you very much. Fantastic.
What's the no community need?
Let's also know community needs. Any other person, why is it a taboo for us to do a project without carrying out this assessment? I put it in the normal sales way now. It's a taboo. You must do this assessment. Anyone else? I'm not gotten some investment from this side.
The goal of the project, if you have to do that, carry out.
So that the goal of the project can be well enhanced and achieved. So the second one, identify projects, determine the specific service project to implement. For instance, it will be health, it will be education, it will be community development. So this assessment, which is your first step, will take you to the second step, which is to now identify what the project should be, because it's a need that you want to address. Number 3, set goals and objectives. Define project goals, objectives, and expected outcomes. You need to ask yourself from the beginning, this project you want to put together, what will be the outcome? How long will it last? Who will be the beneficiaries? What progress may come in the course of sustaining this project? And then the next one, develop a plan. Create a detailed project plan, including timelines, budgets, and resource allocation. We are all members of Rotary clubs. If you want to be truthful, you will agree with me that there are times we are carrying out projects in our clubs without seeing the end from the beginning. We just know that we want to do it, and we start. We didn't ask ourselves, how much are we going to need to finish it? We didn't ask ourselves, when exactly are we going to finish it? And this one is just on the column of soil for the peace center at Olabisi University at Boboye yesterday. How many of us who knows the timeline for that project? Because you have put the timeline when the project will be finished. Anyone among us? Okay, the president wants to tell us. Okay, 9 months. Yes. Is that right? Is it 9 months? You agree? Okay. No. Between the DG and his president, we always move paracord and exclude business like me. So I don't know how many months. But she has confirmed that it's 9 months. So that is the same way it must be in your clubs. Anything you want to do, you must be able to answer the question, when are we going to finish? And the one reason why that needs to happen is because you are going to report it somewhere. And the place where you are going to report the project is not going to wait for you forever. The windows will close at one time or the other. Next time. So start planning. So then we talk about fundraising. Organize fundraising effort to support the project, e.g., events, donations, grants. Execute the project. Implement the project according to the plan. Monitoring progress and addressing challenges. Are we still together? Are we still together?
Yes.
Okay. Evaluate impact by assessing project effectiveness and impact. Incorporate sustainability strategy. Okay, hello. Can we read this last one together? Go back to the slide. The last one. Incorporate sustainability strategy. This is central to the topic of this presentation. And this is why we need to pay attention to this. Next slide. So, service projects categories. A service project can be a short-term project, which will be to complete the project within 6 months. It's a short-term project. Some can be mid-term, which is aimed at achieving measurable impact on community well-being within the term that is beyond 6 months. It will be long-term, which is established in a way that is sustainable and improves community partnership. Long-term projects, most of the time, include more parties to execute because of the robustness of the project and the number of activities that are involved to make them happen. Next slide. So, funding strategies. Go back to the previous slide. So, let's run that together now. What are the strategies available to us to fund our service projects? I'm back to you with my microphone. What are the strategies available to us to fund our service projects? My brother, class, help us. Somebody's calling. Okay. I think people really get donation. Personal donation.
This assessment.
This assessment. People communicate.
Can they organize from which we raise funds? Then of course we have
He alone has given us 3 answers. This gives you an answer, of course. Thank you very much. The other answers are also very fantastic. I appreciate your contribution. Let me come to my friend. I thought you were calling me. Okay. Maybe because you are wearing black and white. Any other idea? Sir?
Partnership with supporting clubs, neighboring clubs.
Okay. We also do a joint project. And that is one thing that has been repeating so much. And you know, it's even important for me to pause and emphasize it because we are looking at a impactful and sustainable project. So the help must be big. The dream has to be big. And you need to share a big dream with other people that will do it along with you. So that is one of the ways through which you can actually achieve the implementation of sustainable and impactful projects. So let's try. So let's see what we have here. Event-based fundraising, e.g., charity runs, sharing of beds. And then of course saw the videos and other postings concerning one president for one club who shared his debt to raise money for humanity. That was one very funny guy. I don't, is it on Monday something that they call his son? I wonder what was coming inside his head. He suddenly decided to come and asked them to pay money. And they were paying happy. Charging of debts just to raise money. This is how far we can go to be unique and creative about raising money for our projects. Donations and sponsorships. Grant applications, like my VP said, we have district grants, we have global grants, we have program of scale, and other opportunities are available through the Rotary Foundation to raise money for our project. So if you are here from any club and your club has not ever done a Rotary Foundation supported project through the global grant, please, today is your day of salvation. Tomorrow will be too late. So go back to your club, create a small committee of 2 or 3 people, and start working on how to get the global grant project done. If you need any support, I can assure you that the district governor is available to help you. He has a team of people that will see to that. And we see together. Okay, so we have crowdfunding, we have corporate partnership. There are times you want to build a school, a company that is into molding of block is one supplying block. Another company that is into paint manufacturing is the one supporting you to paint. They are not giving you money, but they are giving you, they are sponsoring your items to help you get it done. So we are breaking all of this down into these details so that you can understand that impactful and sustainable projects are actually feasible. Next slide. Sustainability is key. This is important. Let's pay attention to sustainability. Can you go back to the next slide? How can we make sure that our projects are sustainable? Anybody? How can we make sure that our projects are sustainable? Anyone? Thank you, sir.
Community involvement.
Community involvement. Fantastic answer. Thank you very much, sir. Any other answer? Sustainability. Any other comments? Any other idea? Okay, let's go to the next slide and look at it together. So, starting off with memorandum of understanding with host or partners is very key to ensuring that the project is sustainable. As we are all here now, are we at the places where our clubs have not projects before? No. It's the community that is enjoying the projects that are there. They are the ones that will look after the project. So if you don't sign an MOU with partners or the people who are involved, how will you ensure that they can look after it? How will they be able to play their role? Don't have the mindset that you are the ones that will be responsible for sustaining your project all on your own. Share the responsibility. And you cannot share the responsibility with your mouth. You have to sign, create, and sign an MOU. This is very important. And when we say MOU, we are not talking of anything technical. It's not grammar. It may just be 4 paragraphs or 5 paragraphs. Isn't it? MOU can be 5 paragraphs. It's first to state that party A, so party B, so that this project can stand the test of time. The next one, spread out your cross partners role in sustaining the project. Spread it out. Don't leave it hanging. Be very clear about it. I give you a very practical example. The neonatal project that we did, which is the biggest project that my brother platform became into existence, costing us about 27 million to build the house, and we equipped it with over $77,000 from the global grant process. You know what happened recently? One organization, they brought 1 or 2 items to come and donate to that center, and they went to put their logo. They put it on the building. So we are now going back to the MOU. The medical director that is here now, he doesn't know what happened before. Maybe he knows and he's not interested in respecting it. As a matter of fact, when we did our findings, we realized that he has a personal relationship with that company that came to do that. So right now, they are dealing with the matter. Anything can go wrong, anything can happen. So it's what you have put down in black and white that will save you in the future, as far as that project is concerned. Number 3, set up a Rotary Community Call. How many of us know what a Rotary Community Call is? Anybody wants to tell us? Thank you, my brother.
Rotary Community Call, a group of community members coming together to form a group every time under Rotary to monitor and support Rotary projects and other communities.
I'm excited by the way it's to monitor and safeguard Rotary projects in that community. They are properly formed and registered and certified by RI. So anytime you are doing something big enough that you think you need people in the community to look after your behalf and provide reports from time to time, you need to set up a Rotary Community Call. That is, but Solo has a Rotary Community Call. They were registered during your tenure. Okay, tell us the story. Maybe 1 or 2 minutes. Please let's listen to people here. Okay.
Well, yeah, why that was done, why we did the card community call. Why we did the community call was of course to ensure the sustainability of our project within the community. So you have to put all the necessary plans together, and luckily, and I think I applied, of course, RI, basically is what the general community cost for us. Of course, we brought them together and they were helping us. But unfortunately, with time, we lost the kind of the president that was in charge of they had the people and they couldn't make it. So that was then now want to see how far. I mean, how we can also facilitate that community call, and of course, get young men together who are helping us to go ahead, working again, to make sure that our projects are well protected within the community.
This has been a lot of applause has helped us to particularize what Rotary Community Call means. So, another important one, consider maintenance-friendly approaches when planning your project. If you want to give a borehole to a community, consider the materials that you will use, that will not be calling for you coming back to maintain over and over. Ordinary tap that releases water have various size. There are some that you push and walk away, and you are sure that you are not getting enough for you not to be coming back to this all the time. There are some that are fragile. You need to even look at times at the how enlightened and aware and the beneficiaries are, how can they relate to those infrastructure before you put it in place? So think about items that will not give you issues when you are putting the project together, and then have an internal structure to look after previous project in your club. Let me quickly personalize this, and I will recommend it to you to do in your club. In your club, consider this. Have a part of your service project committee. Are we together? Have a part of your service project committee. Saddled with the responsibility of looking after your previous project. That's something that I initiated and has worked the road club of Holy since about 4 years ago. So it is the service project committee. There are one or two people whose business is to go around from the beginning of the Rotary year and bring a report. The one that the signboard has failed, that we need to sustain, will tell us where we need to check that. Will tell us. It doesn't make sense doing new projects all the time while the old ones are horrible and they are giving Rotary bad image. You went to the Son of South, you did a very good project, and right at the Son of North, the one that you did 2 years ago, is not serving any purpose any longer. So that is one yoga that I will ask you to please. So yes, make it a culture, make it part of the process to check what is happening to your previous project as a way of ensuring that they remain sustainable. Because sustainability is simply about longevity to break it down. All right, thank you. Next slide. So, evaluation metrics, how do you evaluate project impact on community well-being? Look at fundraising revenue. How much did you get on your effort to response? Community engagement and partnership development. How do you make members of the community tell you what their experience is on the project? Do you know that there are times and between the time you implement the project and the time that you go for feedback, they might say that if you add 1 or 2 things, this project will make more sense. So it is community engagement that will make us be able to realize this. Without running out now, before they finish serving the rice, because it looks like there are just 2 plates left. Next slide. So, then what resources are available to help us do further studies so that we can take full benefit of what we are doing here together? Rotary International Resources. When we talk about Rotary International Resources, everything starts and ends with the Rotary website. You agree with me? Yes. Because even your PDGs and your APs and your PhDs that are seated here that you want to consult, if you go to the website, they will tell you, they will mention them here. I should go and speak to them. So let's make effort to familiarize ourselves with what is available as far as resources is concerned, and are concerned, and then make the best use of them. Global community resources. Projects are implemented within global communities, so they can help us a lot in making our life easy as far as the project is concerned. So make use of them. Online fundraising platform. Online fundraising platform. In the area of fundraising, people now sit down in their home and they design something on Google, and then they are talking to people, and people are paying money. Some of the things that you will not be able to raise by renting a home and calling a DJ and decorating and printing IVs. So people are raising online. It's all about how you want to be creative to ensure that you do what you want to do. That's right. In conclusion, Let's read this conclusion together. By equip to create and deliver impactful service projects to make meaningful difference in our community. Yes or no? I have not finished that. I have 5 more slides. The next slide. Any question? I'm sure there are no questions. The next slide. Thank you very much. So I'm done.
My DPS are welcome. Okay, thank you very much. Let's have clap for him once again. I know if you have no time to continue, we want to continue. But fortunately, time is on our side. I'm sure we're not wanting to do that for me. Yes, we are eating, but while eating, you can sit one or two questions. Questions? Come on, let's have a young. That's why.
This is meant to be hello. Hello. This is meant to be a two-way program discussion. You shouldn't leave this for facilitators. I know that we have quite a number of challenges in our club when we want to do projects. But one thing I've said in all the clubs that I have visited, please, fellow Rotarians, when you want to carry out projects, carry along your members, my president, and service chair, carry along your members. Most often times, it is the day of commissioning that your members will receive flyers that you are commissioning projects. Please let us make sure that when we want to do projects, we publicize it. If you are relocating a health center, please publicize it. You cannot say your members do not have cash, but they may have materials to donate to your club. Please put this in mind. I want to beg of you that I don't want to see, because I've seen quite a number of you. You are the chairman of the service project. You are the president. You are the contractor. You got the venue, the site. You got the site yourself. I thank you.
Don't go my governor, please. Ask me now. I think you have to step forward. One of the things I do to you. Yeah, question, please step forward.
Hello, friends. Friends and girls of watching our video. I am Rotary the president-elect of the Rotary Club, and also serve as a chaplain's protector. I want to ask a very good question from DGN. From what I learned, sir, I know continuity is the major thing as far as that is concerned in Rotary. And from your presentation, sir. Now, the service project here, are you telling us that we should focus more on the project we have done before instead of working on the new project with the new ways? I don't think thank you, sir.
Thank you for the question. Very quickly, what I said was that a part of the service project committee, are we together? Yes, sir. If you are 3 or 4, depending on the size of the club, there should be 1 or 2 persons who will look after your previously done project and report to the club on what to do to make them remain functional. Because that is related to responsibility. Not that you can focus on it. I'm saying consider also looking after them. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcel. I'm going back to you.
Thank you very much, District Governor Dominique. Please, can we please put our hands together for our district governor nominee? We were together in Lagos, we very early morning yesterday, and we were also at the Abeokuta, where I visited 4 other clubs in Abeokuta yesterday. Before we left this morning, and it's also here now to detect the people. I think it serves a round of applause. Thank you. I didn't hear complete. On behalf of the zonal coordinators and entire members of Zone 2 of our District 9111, it's my pleasure to present this appreciation award to you in to appreciate you, for your commitment as guest speakers at the Zonal Summit to advance, share ideas, and strengthen the bonds that make our district so exceptional. It's been presented this in 19th day of September 2025, and of course signed by me, district governor. It's my pleasure to be here to present today. As I say, I want to say thank you to the Lord you want us. Gabriel of Sami, thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Let's stop at the Russian and go back now. We'll take one more now. Well, we are here to listening. So this is very, very important topic. We start to do with mental health. Why mental health is everyone's business. It is very, very, very important. I will listen to this. Our environment now, what we face every day, the challenge to see, we keep them to ourselves. Our friends are able to go out after each other. Each one of us sitting on there, we are facing. That's how we keep hearing one person job with the labor, one person did this commission than the rest. Our mental, our health matters a lot. Today, talk to us. Lord, we are talking to Mary. We want to. That's enough for our list. And so today, a citation is no one else than the man, one of the tallest man we have in this world, the number 1 Rotarian in our Zone 2 of Owo.
This governor, fellow Rotarians. Again, I want to say this. The US Rotarian here today to please come and beside the profile of our. The title. Let me stop forward and have the mic. Thank you. Let us encourage her. It's before me being inducted today, and you have the opportunity to hold the mic in the presence of our district government. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the. Good afternoon, District Governor, fellow Rotarian, and thank you for the opportunity of allowing me to do it. I want to introduce Dr. Mary, and there is a she's a dedicated psychiatric resident doctor and mental health specialist, passionate about advancing patient care and promoting mental wellness in our community. In her professional journey, she has developed expertise in patient assessment, diagnosis, crisis management, electropulsive therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy. She continues into deepen her knowledge and practice in psychiatric with special interest in forensic psychiatric and community-focused interventions. Beyond her medical career, Dr. Wan is a committed Rotarian. She currently serves as the membership chairperson of our club, Rotary Club Agege, where she plays an active role in strengthening fellowship, enhancing member engagement, and driving initiatives that improve lives through service. Thank you. Good evening. Sorry. Good evening, my district governor, fellow Rotarians. My name is Rotarian Dr. Mary Adeze Mwanzila. All right. I promise you all, I'll try as much as possible to make this discussion short and slightly interactive. So I'll be talking about Minds Matter, why mental illness is everybody's business or everyone's business. Next slide. I'll start by defining what is mental health. What do we think mental health is? How many of us, let me start by asking, how many of us has mental health? Raise their hands up. I have mental health. My district governor, you don't have mental health. No, I would not. I think there's one. Sir. You have mental health. There's money mental health. You always want. Oh, I'm not so sure if you want to address that. So yeah, mental health. Everybody has, there is something called overall health. And from that overall health, we have mental health and physical health. Now, physical health in our environment, that's the one a whole lot of people, are so serious about. If you're having headache, you're gonna take paracetamol. If you're having fever, you're gonna take anti-malaria. If you're having jetty, you're gonna take agbo jetty. So the one that is usually elusive to people is the mental health. A lot of people, when they hear mental health, when they even hear mental, they want to, they want to stay clear. They don't even want to be in that discussion or in that room. So let's even find out what's mental health. What's mental health? Oops, my slide is set up. All right. Sorry, previous slide. So mental health is a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities. Everybody here, seated here, and even those outside, everybody realizes their own abilities. My district governor realizes his own abilities. That's why he's district governor. And so forth and so on. Wow. It's like the projector's mental health is a problem. One house, are we together? Yeah. So as I was saying, mental health is a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities and cope with normal stresses of life. How many of us, again, have been in hold up in Lagos? All of us back. That goes to show that we can handle stressful events. Because quite frankly, Lagos hold up is a stressful event. Wahala, wow. I think I'm going to need one. All right. Okay, so I said realizing to our own abilities can cope with the normal stresses of life and work productively. Every one of us goes to work. Quite frankly, you wouldn't even be a Rotarian if you go to work. Even if you have a trust fund, maybe your parents were rich, you would still need to work in this present time and can contribute to his or her functional mental health. Because every Rotarian, in their own little way, they contribute to their community. They realize their ability, they are able to, cope with normal stresses of life. They can work productively and can contribute to his or her community. Now, how do we be able to differentiate mental health from mental illness? Mental illness is not necessarily the lack of mental health. That's the confusion we all seem to be getting. Mental health, like I have defined, is what each and every one of us has. Mental illness is when you are not able to fulfill these things I have listed. When you're struggling to, cope with stressful events, you're not able to contribute to your community, you are not realizing your true potentials or your abilities, that is what is known as mental illness. And it's usually a diagnosable condition. It could be a depressive illness, an anxiety disorder, or schizophrenia. Either which ways, it impacts your daily functioning. Let's look at the statistics. Globally, WHO has given us the statistics that 1 in 8 persons suffer or are struggling with one mental health disorder or the other. Now, what does it mean? You would ask me, what does it mean? What do I mean by one, or what does WHO, because it's not me that says that, I gave that statistic. What does WHO mean by 1 in 8? So let's assume now, which table has 8 persons? Fantastic. Let me use that. Who are you to make? I'm not. I haven't said anything. So let's just assume there are 8 persons here. So what WHO is trying to say is that 1 person out of these 8 individuals is struggling with one mental health disorder or the other. Well, I don't know. I haven't said anything. Now, in Nigeria, the statistic in Nigeria is that 1 in 5 struggle with mental health disorder. Please, which table has 5? 5. Oh, man, we don't reduce our number. All right, so come on. All right, this next slide. Hold on. So why is mental health everybody's business? Number 1, it affects productivity and economy. Poor mental health leads to lost work hours, reduced performance, and absenteeism. So I know that previous speakers have talked about, being an employer, being an employee, being a retired person, how to invest and all whatnot. So you can just imagine people that work in these set places that I have mentioned. There is somebody that works in an investment company. There is somebody who's your stockbroker. Now, if let's just assume you feel that mental health is not your business. Now your stockbroker is now struggling with mental illness, it would affect him, it will reduce his performance. He won't be able to tell you which stock to buy and which to sell. He will just maybe probably tell you, whoa. Maybe he does get angry one day when you keep on disturbing him. Okay, do I buy this? Do I buy UBA shares? Do I sell Zenith Bank? Which one do I do? Or do I buy Mary Stem or something? And then he just tells you, whoa, buy whatever you like. And that's because he's not, in tune with his environment. He's not able to, realize what he's capable of doing. So that's how it can affect productivity and economy. Now, it's not just, I've just given an example of of your stockbroker. Let's just assume you're a teacher and you're working in a school. One of your students, probably maybe you've noticed that particular student is the star. He's always, answering questions. His hand is always going up, sharp, once you ask a question. Or you come up with a pop quiz and he's always the top scorer. But you just notice that in the last 2 weeks, he's just on his own. He's not talking to anybody in the class. You ask questions, he's not raising his hand. You do pop quiz, he doesn't even answer. You just manage to write his name. So this is how it can affect productivity. And because of that, if those things are ignored, because of that, that particular student can lose a year. He might not get to be promoted to the next class. So this is how mental health affects everybody, why it should be everybody's business. Next slide, please. It shapes families and communities. Again, I'll still use this example. The father is usually the head of the family. I'm hearing some people say, yes, right. All right, so the father is usually the head of the family, and it's the father that brings the daily bread back home. The father that brings food, make sure there's food on the table, make sure the bills are paid. And gets exactly provide the needs for the family. So you can just imagine if at some point the father now succumbs to mental illness. All these things he's doing, he won't be able to do it. And then his responsibilities will now fall on the rest of the family members. These are the mother, these are the children. And this can cause instability in the family. Now in the community, just take for instance, a whole lot of individuals we've been seeing around that have been abusing psychoactive substances, the ones that have been drinking alcohol, smoking, marijuana, and all whatnot. These people make up the community because for every unit of the family, that is what makes up a community. So you can just imagine if from one household, one person comes out of that household and is unstable, that affects the community as a whole. Because that individual has a role to play in his community. Remember my definition from mental health. Now, next slide. It touches every profession and age group. Again, I use the stockbroker, right? So that one has taken care of profession. Stress in executives, burnout in teachers, depression in students, dementia in the elderly. It's not just a specific age group that can succumb to mental illness. The fact that you say, oh man, I'm already getting old, I am not going to succumb to it. You still have to guide your mental health judiciously. You could get dementia as you get older. Next slide, please. It is often silenced and stigmatized because of again, I said there are a lot of people that just mentioning mental, the word mental they don't stay in the same room with you. They won't even be in that discussion. I remember I told someone that I work in Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Yaba. In fact, my club members, I remember there was a time they were like that, okay, we're going to start having board meetings at each Rotarian's workplace. We're going to rotate it. So when it got to my own turn, the board member, it got to my own turn. And I told them, well, my workplace is Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital. They said, no, doctor, we're not coming to your place. Please, we won't come to your place. Let's go somewhere else. So that's part of stigmatization. Because of what it entails, we tend to, separate these individuals. We even tend to stigmatize even those that want to help them. But if we are all able to, put aside this beliefs or this attitude we have towards mental illness, we'll be able to help those that are impacted by it, and we'll be able to make our community a much better place. Stigma also delays treatment. An individual that becomes depressed, because he has seen how people that have mental illness are being treated, he will keep it to himself. When you ask him, guy, are you fine? He will tell you, I'm all right. Whereas he's dying inside. So it's because of stigma. There's a whole lot that stigma can destroy. And this is one of them. It delays treatment. Where that individual would have gone to the hospital, you would have been able to help that individual, take him to the hospital, and get started on his treatment. He keeps, hiding it from his family members and his friends. Before you know it, that's when you now hear your friend is at third mainland, which is about to jump down and commit suicide. And you not be wondering, what I saw this guy yesterday drinking beer with us. What happened? And all. So please, in our own little ways, let's try and stop stigmatization. Next slide, please. What are the common misconceptions about mental illness? I think this is where I'll go around. Everybody has a misconception about mental illness. I just want to hear about one or two. Sorry.
It's witchcraft.
That's a very popular one. It's witchcraft. And your village people, they follow it. That is wrong. That is a total misconception. Well, I don't know how witches do it, but it's a misconception. Mental illness. There is no particular thing that causes mental illness. It's a multifaceted or it's a multiple cause. There might be adverse events, traumatic events from your childhood. It might be medical conditions, complications from medical conditions, people that have cancer, people that have terminal illness, and all that. It could also be from chemical imbalances in the brain. That is when you now start talking about mental illness probably having a hereditary tone to it. Now, that is one misconception. So I hope I have squashed that. Any other misconception? I know this might show me that.
Family problem.
Well, family problem. You might want to expand on that.
Looking at the institution of the country, and mostly our body is always on men. You understand? Paying school fees, take care of the family, making the family, giving them the best comfort. You understand? And when business is not moving as the way it's supposed to move, and before you start having a dish and that can use to. You understand? Thank you.
What you have said is not a misconception. I would love to frame it in another way. He said family problems. Now, that is a stressor. That is a stressor. And it's also what we would put it under adverse events. The fact that, I want to give an example. Yeah, okay. I remember there was a friend of mine in medical school. He had renal failure. He was in my class. Very close friend of mine. He had renal failure. And then when we were in medical school, we were small children. You can just imagine at that age, he had renal failure. So he needed to get a renal transplant done to save his life. You can just imagine what was going through his life, his mind. And we were in a school where we were paying over hundreds of thousands. I went to Millennium University. I went to Millennium University. Yeah. So you can just imagine he had a whole lot on his mind. This is a core stressor. I already given you an example. Chronic medical conditions can also lead to mental illness. Now, surprisingly, this guy was able to, go through it. Maybe because he had very good friends, he had very good support. He was able to go through it. He had a renal transplant. His brother was able to, give him a kidney. And he just lost a year. So he fell down to the class, our class. And he's a doctor today. Quite frankly, he's even in the UK. So you can just imagine that happened to someone else. They'll just look, what will get money? I never even put myself through school, finish, you get, and stuff like that. They will probably just end it all. So that's why I said it's family problem, we still class it as a stressor. It's not a misconception. So with that, let's look at the common misconceptions that I have here. Mental illness is a Western disease. No, it's not. It's not. If it was, it would have been named after maybe American disease or Great Britain disease or Ireland disease, but it's not named like that. Children do not have mental health problems. Children do. How many of us have heard of autism? Autism spectrum disorder is a childhood mental disorder. How many of us have heard of attention deficit hyperkinetic disorder, ADHD? ADHD is also a childhood mental disorder. These are, in a way, I thought I was doing competition. Well, nobody talk about I didn't say you put up, please stop. Well, I'm rounding up, so let's just hope this stays with us till we're done. All right, other misconceptions. Evil spirits, curses, and weak faith cause mental illness. I think my DG's PA has mentioned that people with mental illness cannot work or contribute to society. How many of us have watched A Beautiful Mind? How many of us has watched A Beautiful Mind? Okay, sorry. But you might want to watch it though, because the guy that was in that movie, he was a professor and he had a mental health disorder. He was still going to work. In fact, he went on to get a Nobel Prize in mathematics. He got a Nobel Prize while struggling with schizophrenia, a mental health disorder. Once you start treatment, you will be on medication forever. No, not necessarily. Early detection is very, very important. Very, very important. Next slide, please. Mental illness equals madness. No. Therapy is just talking. It doesn't really work. No, it doesn't. I remember again, let me give a story. I'm always fond of telling stories. Anyways, there was this king in the 17th century or the 18th century and all that. So the king had this mental illness where he believed that he was a cow. You might want to read it up or check it out. This king believed that he was a cow, and that so that he wouldn't be eaten, he needed to starve himself. He felt that it's only fattened cow that would be slaughtered and killed. So he didn't want to be killed, he was starving himself. So they got a physician, they brought various physicians before the king. Nobody could get across to the king. But they brought this very looking physician like that. And all that. And what did he tell the king? That It's even because you are a fattened cow. That's why they won't kill you. He didn't tell him that he's not a cow. We just told him that it's even because you are not eating and you're slimming down, that is when you will die fast and then you'll get it. So he told him that he just needs to be a fattened cow. That's the only way it will be very difficult for them to be able to keep him. And that was how the king started eating and all that. So that is, in a way, that is talk therapy. And it works. Suicide is a selfish act. No, it's not. I'm sure we've seen how aggressive people can be towards us, especially if you don't agree with somebody. When the person starts fighting with you, that is what suicide is. Suicide is aggression turned inwards. The person is fighting with his or herself. So you can just imagine if I pick fight with you now, Shebi, you beat me hands down. I'm not inviting you because I don't like my I'm sure you beat me hands down. So that's what would happen to an individual. He is fighting with himself instead of fighting with other people. That's what suicide is. So it's not a selfish act. If you ignore mental health problems, it will go away. No, it will only get worse. Next slide. What can we do? Knowing all this, what can we do as Rotarians? Educate, number one. Like something like this, where they have called a very lonely little girl like me to come and talk to you all about mental illness and mental health. That is one step towards education. Hey. Oh, wow. Then school outreaches. Going to schools, it could be a project. Go to schools, educate them about mental health. Social campaigns. There's nothing wrong with a billboard. Instead of maybe advertising your club, you could advertise, you could just put a 5-second skit or a 10-minute skit about mental health. And then you just say courtesy Rotary Club or whatever. That's the way you're educating people about mental health. Support. You can be empathic, encourage help seeking, challenge stigma. As we are all here, please try as much as possible to call one person. You haven't seen someone in like a week, 2 weeks. Call that person, visit that person, find out how the person is doing. Collaborate. We can partner with NGOs, hospitals, mental health specialists for wellness programs. Self-care. We can model balance, exercise, practice mindfulness, give back to your society, eat well. Advocacy. We can push for mental health policies and workplace wellness. If you are the other in a very top company, please preach mental health policies in your workplace. Next slide, please. Conclusion. Remember, Rotary motto of service above self, which means caring for the mind as well as the body. Call to action for Rotarians. In our own little way, we can be mental health champions. At least with this little education, we can be able to educate someone who is completely oblivious about what mental illness is. And this will help us to be able to make our communities thrive. Remember, there is no health without mental health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rotarians. This is Governor DJ and fellow Rotarians. You can see that she has spent 30 minutes. And the first president from Solo said, I don't know she has spent up to that. I said, Baba, you are enjoying it. So you can see it's part of her mental health. If we give her more time, she will continue and continue about that. So do we have any questions for her? Let us clap for her again. Do we have any questions for her? From the floor, do we have anything? She said if you ask questions, the class is interactive. If you come again, the class is interactive. Oh, the class is interactive. You enjoy it. Yeah, thank you, Doctor. May I call on the May I call on the district governor to appreciate her? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mary, for this beautiful presentation. I think you also are within our mind. May I please request my district governor nominee? District governor nominee, please may I please request you to come forward and help us to present this. This on behalf of myself and the entire members of Zone 2. Please kindly help us present this appreciation to our speaker, Rotarian Dr. Wan. Rotarian Dr. Wan is from the Rotary Club of Agege. I mean, introducing what to Rotary. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I remember when I was in your club for my official visit, you said you have brought somebody to Rotary this year. Can we please put our hands together for Rotary for all the people with them?
Thank you, my DG, for the honor to present this award of appreciation to Dr. Mary Wadu. This is an appreciation of the commitment as guest speaker at this solar summit to advance, share ideas, and strengthen bonds that make this be so exceptional. This is awarded to this 19th day of September 2025. Very well signed by indefatigable United District Governor. So on behalf of him and all of us, we say thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. You know that specifically district governor recommended you for this topic. I'm sure you enjoy our time with you. Next on our itinerary, going into interlude, the DJ is going to give us live music, and while we are doing that, or we are waiting for the music, may I call on in our midst today, we have a birthday celebrant, and it was number 2 of the United Presidents who supported our zonal agenda. It was number 2. They just sent me the money and said, my zonal coordinator, this is from the solo. May I call on President King? Please come out. You know, actually, we are not, as at this morning, nobody knew that today was a birthday. And when you came in, I was telling you, I saw something on Facebook that today is the day. And on behalf of our district governor, we want to celebrate you. Can you please come out so that we can cut the cake with you and we can have a birthday song for you. Are you surprised? Come out, you have cake. This is your cake. So please come out here. Come and sit down. I know a lot of people, they have been importing a lot of things, a lot of ice block, ice food, and everything. It's something any cash buy. We want to come here for you. And you have to sit down. Sit down. Sit down. May I call on the president from Rotary Club of Akko?
Please come forward, come and coordinate the court case. Yes, come and do that. Yeah, thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. My DJ, sir. The DJ, please, are you ready with a fantastic birthday song? His name is King, is the only king in district 9111 and 9112. Can we have the table here, please? Can we have the table for the cake so that we do this quickly? My DJ, are you ready? DJ, are you ready?
I can see I
United President, my cousin, Egeda, they went to prestige. Our contact, please join us. Egeda. I will see if please join us. Let us do this quickly so that we can continue the program here. This is one of our own. But can please be outstanding. My DG, sir, please, can you go first? I'll come out this time. Can you select, please be by okay? My DJ be ready. I think we should spell king. Now I guess. Okay, let us spell king for him. He's a wonderful guy. He's even the president of the month for last month. Don't think I think I would have asked how to spell your name, but let me spell it backward or forward. Everyone. Let's go forward. Okay, after me. K I N. I would have asked this man, but he's begging me now. I wanted to find him, but let's sorry for him. Let's sorry for him. I would have found him 500 events. All the last one. G.
Please, can we please all stand up as we sing a previous song to this each one? Please, after the count of three, we'll sing happy birthday song. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Wish you many happy return of that day. Long life and prosperity. Congratulations, United President King. Thank you, fellow Rotarians. After this time out, I want to call for evaluation from the floor. United President, for what we have done today, do we have any feedback? What we have done right and what we have not done right? President, feedback, evaluation from what we have done today. Well, I want to believe that you have something to say. Yeah, thank you. Welcome on board, President Akumajo.
My DG, fellow Rotarians, good afternoon once more. For me, I think it's very obvious. Honestly, I must commend our zonal coordinator for this. And the preparation or arrangement, despite the short notice that they're able to come up with this, honestly, it's a fantastic one. Really. The point is, the fault here are faults that we all share, especially the leaders of all the club, myself inclusive. Aside that, every other thing, looking at the time of preparation, extremely short, yet we had this. No money at the beginning, no any other thing, but yet we had this. So the only shortcoming I see here is those presidents, or we the presidents, not being able to pull out or mobilize our members. If you look at the platform online, a lot of people registered, and we're even thinking we will have overflow here. So I'll say the fault is us, not the organization. Really, for me, that is what I see. I just want to say thank you very much. Looking at the topics today, people will pay heavily to get some of these things. So if we are getting it for free and yet we are not valuing it, I don't want to say it's unfortunate. But I believe this is a starting point, and I want to believe the next one will be far better since we will learn from this for the other one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rotarian President from Rotary Club of Akumajo. Do we have anybody who came from the floor? Well, let me inform us that there is going to be socials after this time out. We have drinks for you, for those who drink very well, and for some of us who drink water. I'm sure we will not water away our food. Yeah, but there is drink after this time out. Yeah. And we still have food too, because like you have said, We have 126 who registered for this, and the others have wanted us to prepare for 150 plates of food, drinks, and everything. Even the certificate, the name tags, we are not going to throw it away. We are going to give it back to you, take it back to your members that they registered from our own side. We are prepared for them. And I'm very, very sure that but somebody who sponsored the name tags, certificate, we told her that we are going to do this. He said, I'm not going to be around. We said, you are going to send this to her. And somebody screenshot the name said, whenever we have sooner, so they can say that it's not in Nigeria, she's a so she sponsored this thing with 200,000. I'm very sure it has been sold to 5 souls. And I want to encourage us once again to please come out that and shine as a soul. So thank you very much. I think
Well, thank you very much, my fellow coordinator. For just 1 minute, I want to thank you, Kama, for this one. It is one thing to have a dream, it is another thing to have somebody who will teach you to execute or bring out this dream. I decided that so many things are going to be routed through the schools. I know I decided that we are going to destroy so my DGI, please, I want you to be with us. This idea is that number one, if you are able to drive so many things through the zones, it will support us in all the areas we need to work on, most especially membership, information, and of course, we decided to bring it so that we can the zones. And we decided that the zonal coordinators should plan and I think you can hear me now. You are with me. Thank you very much. So I want to move around on the platform. The very first meeting with the DG and civil of the zone will come out very nice. So I want to thank you. And also on October 20 or 25, we are going to do 5-a-side. We are going to play for 5-a-side for. So the program is also coming up, and I hope that you will select. Look at that. Wait till that day. So you're going to come up with your jersey, mobilize your members to share you up, and it's going to take another exciting zonal competition. We're going to do this all through the year, and at the end of the year, we are going to award the best zones, and I think this zone will be the best. I want to thank you very much, my fellow clients, for honoring us. I look forward to also seeing you. Some of us will meet at Brussels. There are a lot of programs ongoing. After Brussels, some of us will go to Zurich. Our Zurich office clocks 100 years, and we'll be visiting the office of Friendship Exchange and Exhibition. Shortly after that, on our return, then we have Lomé, West African Project Fair in Lomé. Please, I want you all to please participate. You have our past district governor when he spoke on how to get district grant. The focus of West African Project Fair is to get partners for the global grant project. Like I said, previous year my club got one, and we were able to do a project of $34,000. So package your projects and let us take it to Lomé, and let us go and source for partners like people again. After that, there's going to be on to Brazil in February and in March before we go to Taipei. These are Friendship Exchange. If you are interested, please contact us so that you can be part of the team that will visit Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, and Sao Paulo, and of course, Kenya as well. There's also going to be a visit to North Carolina on Friendship Exchange. I must also tell you that just this afternoon we got the good news. Just this last weekend, one of our participants, traveled to Germany on Youth Exchange. No, so as we speak now, we have 2 of our participants in Germany on Youth Exchange that is going to stay there with the foster parent for 1 year. And just this afternoon, they also wrote to us, another district in Germany, speaking for me, giving us the opportunity to also produce, to also send another young adults, another participant to Germany. So this is the supposed to come to the law. They don't come to the district. So you have to advertise it and see and bring up your participants. There's the committee that will do the screening, and such a fellow will travel to Germany to go and school and stay in foster parents there for 1 good year. So there are quite a lot of activities at the district. Please, I want you all to please participate. I want to thank my president. When you see all these posters, take care platform. Not everybody reads District 911. There are too many messages. But stay into the platform and make sure as very president on that particular
that up to Taipei committee will start the arrangement like first week in October. And the target for the committee is those who are registered and those who are paid. Register and pay for Taipei. Those are the 4 set of people that the committee will extend to. So prepare yourself, prepare your document, and the other arrangement. From this evening, the committee will continue to log your platforms, to inform you what are the works that will be ready for you. May I call on the the president of Rotary is called. Please come forward. Let me I call on the chairman of organizing committee, past president Jide. Please come forward for the thanks. And for that, my DP, I want you to present this certificate, symbolic presentation of certificate to the oldest Rotarian of this hall. Oldest Rotarian in this hall, we have the certificate, and the district governor will present this to the room.
Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to invite Rotarian to please come forward. Please can we put our hands together? I want to thank you, sir. This is a Rotarian of over 70 years. And he's been here since morning participating in this program. You can see the beauty of Rotary. So on behalf of the zone, I want to thank this certificate of participation to you for attending 2025 Zone 2 Summit. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Do we have all the planning committee? Can you please step out? The planning committee. Please step out. The dream of our district governor is to have a feedback from all our clubs. So we requested that the clubs should give us a zonal representative from each club. And this committee and one sent from the clubs to form this committee. So we have them here so that they can take it out. Mr. Chairman, do presentation of thanks. Thank you.
In the particular district governor and his team, the fellow Rotarians, friends, and family of Rotary. Venerable guest speakers and facilitators. It is with immense gratitude that I stand before you today, this evening, to deliver the vote of thanks for I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to all who contributed to the success of this event. And this is champions. First and foremost, I extend my deepest gratitude to guests, key whose valuable insights, expertise, and inspiring words have significantly served as a source of motivation and encouragement for all of us. I would like to continue as I say thanks to the champions. What have donated in no small amount to this cause? My team, the planning committee, and particularly the zonal coordinator, for their meticulous planning and tireless efforts that have made the difference possible. Your movement and hard work behind the scenes are truly commendable. Our sincere appreciation also goes to our sponsors, partners, for their generous support and cooperation, which play a vital role in seamless conduct of this summit. Lastly, I would like all participants, delegates, club members of Zone 2, 18 club in all, I say a big thank you for the active engagement, enthusiasm, collaborative spirit. Your participation instrumental in making this event
meaningful and success. In conclusion, I express my deepest appreciation to everyone for their presence and support. And connections fostered during this summit was a great purpose. Thank you.
Our President came from a solo of seated the toast to Rotarian Neka from Igbo. Please prepare to give a toast. That's a golden handshake from the Lord. Yeah, thank you. President, all president, can you please come forward and have a good photograph with the. Come and have a stand with your governor. United Presidents, let me invite the whole team to this front too. Chief of Staff, I'll give you, can you please come forward so that our captain is called. Captain of the class. Captain. United President. Nathan. Oh yeah. Thank you. Come on, have the toast. President here.
Close. So to know keep. Oh yeah, where is your glasses? Charge your glasses. Everybody charge your glasses. Stand up, charge your glasses.
My district governor, sir. My district governor, sir. Can you please come forward and close this meeting so that we can have the toast?
After all being done, I hereby call each summit to a close.
Let's all be standing. Sorry. My duty, this award is a membership award. We adopted somebody in May, and as a judge, we brought 3 people who is a fully member of Rotary Club. So I want to call our representative, Loretta, come and collect this award for everyone.
Thank you very much. Please help me to the other side. I mean, to training of people. For what she has done as regard membership, we're inviting 3 individuals within the last few months. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Outstanding. You stand up. Rise up. Stand your class. Those to Rotary Club of Emena. Those to Rotary Club of Akuwanjo. Those to Rotary Club of Isolo. Those to Rotary Club of Ewe Tutu. Those to Rotary Club of look at teach. Those to Rotary Club of Forgotten. Those to Rotary Club of Uganda New Dawn. Those to Rotary Club of Isolo Metro. Don't come over again. Don't come over Akaku. Don't come over Ikeja Chiare. Don't come over Maryland. Don't come over Morning Glory. Don't repeat that sound. Don't show them of making. Don't get you now. Don't be can we rise up for national flag, please? Let us rise up for national flag. Honest, recite my blood with all in the spirit. And then I need to, I'm not family, now, thank God it is Friday. It's happy day. So thank the grace. The grace, let us have fun.